Magical energy industrial era. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 76, Throwing Money. On January 26, 311 of the new divine calendar, nearing noon, everyone returned one after another, Maruna Marquez, Oliveira, Eng, and finally, Butler Hoover. It wasn't that old Hoover was slow, rather, he had made another trip to the Seven Gods Bank and the ancient spirit mage tower at the Fillant Magic Academy. Inside the study, Luo Yi took the documents handed to him by Butler Hoover, and while flipping through them, waved his hand, saying, "Should we tell them about this too?" Hoover replied, "The Seven Gods Bank finished counting the money yesterday, totaling 32,000 gold tires, 89 silver tires, and 73 bronze tires. As for other goldware, silverware, agate, paintings, etc., they need to be appraised by professionals one by one. The accurate figures only came out today, equivalent to 7,900 gold tires, 15 silver tires, and 16 bronze tires. Of course, this part is discounted. If it were handled separately, there would definitely be a premium. But young Master Luo Yi also instructed that Mr. Mark Williams handle it, so I didn't worry about it too much. However, Mr. Mark is a man of principle, and he rounded it up to a total of 40,000 gold tires. Even though they were already prepared, everyone's breathing unconsciously became heavier when this number was announced, even Luo Yi. There are just too many, it's almost an exaggeration. Loy began, according to my estimation, this wealth includes not only the pirate cruise spoils in Auckland City, but also the Bloody Mary's accumulated wealth over the years. It's the sum of its many riches." As he spoke, a slight, mocking smile crept onto his lips. Speaking of which, Captain Geese was incredibly confident that no one could steal his money. "It's just a pity we got it for free," Hoover added. "Then there's the Fillant Magic Academy. The ancient spirit mage tower valued the fire demon's remains at 5,000 gold tires. Although it was decapitated, the fire demon's body was relatively intact, hence the high price. Moreover, they are quite interested in the basilisk's materials, but we don't know what we should keep, so we can't give an assessment. This part, I'm afraid, will require young master to make a trip personally." Loy nodded slightly, saying, "Indeed, a trip is necessary." He looked up, surveying the crowd before saying, "This wealth is rather conspicuous, so my requirement is to spend it as much as possible." Maruna patted his chest. "I'm here." "What are your orders?" Loy said. "To be honest, I should have let you rest for a while. After all, your two children were just brought back and were quite frightened. But as you can see, the current situation isn't suitable, so I need you to get back to work immediately." Maruna smiled. "My children aren't that fragile, and neither am I." "Do you want me to find a magic-powered machinery factory I can invest in?" "Yes," Loy nodded slightly, then added, "However, this time you need to grasp a few points. First, start negotiating with the companies that returned the corpses. Second, offer as much as possible above the estimated value. Finally, regardless of whether a deal is made, you must appear generous. Make it clear that I'm not short of money and am willing to spend it." Maruna was taken aback. You mean, spending money to avoid disaster? Only when money is spent, assets are acquired, and a community of shared interests is formed can the danger be eliminated. In old sayings, it's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. Understood, Butler Hoover, you're in charge of the finances and accounting. However, just report the specific investments to me, okay? Eng, on your side, spread out your newsboys and beggars. I don't need them to defend anything, but I need to know immediately if anything unusual happens." He paused, then added, "As for the money, ask Butler Hoover for it. Give them enough, and tell the little guys to be more attentive." Eng nodded emphatically. "No problem." Finally, Loy looked around and summarized, "Everyone remember, this money doesn't belong to me alone, nor to the Raymond family, but to everyone here. I will use this to establish a company, and you will all be original shareholders. As for the specific shareholding, we'll divide it up after things settle down. I can guarantee that everyone will have an extra income, and if managed well, this income will increase. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Except for Olivera, who remained relatively calm. Even the composed old Hoover's hands were trembling. Aang was even somewhat incredulous. Young master, are you including me too? If it weren't for you, why would I have called you here? Then thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Luo Ye smiled calmly. Spending money wasn't just for external purposes, it was the same internally. Finally, Luo Ye looked at Olivera and said, Teacher, shall we go to the ancient moon mage tower this afternoon? Okay, Olivera nodded, paused, and then asked, is there anything else? Of course. This time, even if we spend money, we have to make a good start. Philint Magic Academy has 2 mage towers. The Moonstone Mage Tower specializes in magic energy machinery, which is also the most popular direction. Usually, the lowest-ranking people coming in and out are mage apprentices, and black robes are standard attire. They are also the most numerous. The Ancient Spirit Mage Tower, on the other hand, advertises itself as specializing in potions. Mainly because only potions are the necessities for warriors and mages to cultivate, travel, and even fight. Only potions could barely hold their own against magical machinery. However, besides potion making, the Ancient Moon Mage Tower also possessed many traditional magical traditions, such as magic scroll drawing, micro-engraved magic circles, and classical alchemy. Classical alchemy, in particular, despite the prevalence of magical machinery, could not be denied its brilliance. Compared to the crudeness, widespread availability, and systematic nature of magical machinery, classical alchemy, given sufficiently precious materials, could create many highly effective magical artifacts. The Silver Angel Rapier in Loi's hand was a product of classical alchemy, a fine weapon possessing 3 attributes. And the Basilisk, a descendant of Leviathan, was undoubtedly an extremely powerful magical beast and an excellent magical material. By exchanging the Fire Demon and the Basilisk for some magical equipment not available on the market, Loi could exchange within the Mage Tower. After lunch, Loi and Olivera set off, and before leaving, he called Aang along. The Raymond family carriage traveled smoothly through the area, and upon entering the Magic Academy, Lady Linda was already waiting at the entrance of the Ancient Spirit Mage Tower. After a few pleasantries, Lady Linda led them into her potion laboratory and then served tea in the living room. Anyone who had actually been inside a mage tower knew that it indeed had a space for extending magic, and its area was much larger than it appeared from the outside. As a second-tier LV8 official mage and potion master, Lady Linda's status was not low. Even in the Ancient Spirit Mage Tower, she was second only to the Tower Master. Her laboratory was on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, with an area of over 300 square meters, while the living room, located by the window, was about 60 or 70 square meters. Although the furnishings were not luxurious, they were exquisite in every detail. Most importantly, from this angle, the entire Philint Magic Academy could be seen, offering a superb view. It was here that magic apprentices served the group tea and desserts. Loi took a sip. It had sugar added, which he didn't like. However, looking out from this angle, the magnificent library comes into view. Then, a thought struck Loi. Madam Linda, tell me, what do I need to do if I want to go to the 2nd floor or higher in the library to read books? Linda was still wearing her moon-white robes, seemingly loose, yet still revealing a voluptuous figure. She elegantly ate a small pastry before saying, theoretically, to go to the 2nd floor of the library, one needs a certain status. For example, a teacher at the Magic Academy, or someone who has made significant contributions to the Academy. Loi asked again, what if I were willing to donate to the Ancient Moon Mage Tower to support the magic studies of impoverished students? This, 1,000 gold tires. Linda paused, asking, just one spot to go to the 2nd floor of the library? Loi smiled, to repay the Academy for its nurturing, and for the construction of the Magic Academy, is 1,000 gold tires enough? Linda was silent for a few breaths, then smiled. I think the Dean will be very happy. Loi continued, also, I want to announce through the Mage Tower that I'm purchasing a special magical material, the Arcadia Crystal. I wonder if Madam Linda could help. Linda frowned slightly. The Arcadia Crystal, a magical beast core with both holy and fire elements. This is an extremely rare magical material. I'm afraid it's really not easy to find. What do you need it for? I have my own uses, but it's inconvenient to explain in detail. Madam Linda, What do you think is a suitable price in gold tires? Madame Linda frowned slightly again, thought for a moment, and then said, if I had to set a price, I think 4,000 to 5,000 gold tires would be quite appropriate. However, such top-grade magical materials require luck. It depends on whether they are available on the market. Then I'll set the price at 6,000 gold tires for now, Roy said seriously. I need it quite urgently, and preferably, the magic power inside should be completely contained. With such high requirements, the price will definitely have to be increased, so let's make it 7,000. Also, I need to use the platform of the mage tower, so they have to help me make connections, which will definitely be more expensive, so let's make it 8,000. And Madame Linda has been so busy and put in so much effort, so we should show our appreciation, so let's add another 1,000, 9,000. However, I don't think 9,000 is a good number. How about we round it up to 10,000? 10,000 gold tires. Clatter. Linda's teacup fell to the floor, spilling tea onto the expensive wool carpet, but she didn't care anymore. She suddenly looked up, staring at Luo Yi, and asked, Luo Yi, you're not joking with me, are you? You really have that many gold tires? Bonus chapter. Please vote. Chapter 77 Magical Equipment. Loy smiled slightly, raised her right hand, and Olivera timely took out a gold-rimmed box from her bosom and handed it to her. Loy took it, opened it, and took out a ring. The ring was made of gold, with a thumb-sized ruby as the face, and 6 sparkling diamonds around it. It could only be described as luxurious. Such an extravagant design, such a high-profile ring, it was practically wearing my wealth on my sleeve. Only the Temple of Vol'jin would like that. In fact, the ruby was not engraved with a magic circle, but with Vol'jin's divine power, recording some extremely important information. That's right, this was the most special certificate of the 7 Gods Bank, and only distinguished guests with assets of at least 10,000 gold tires were qualified to hold it. When this ring was revealed, even the worldly wise Lady Linda was speechless. A moment later, she smiled wryly and said, put it away quickly, it's making my eyes water. Now I'm sure you have the financial means. It seems this time the harvest is indeed very large, but too much money can be a burden. Linda's eyes were full of inquiry. Then what are you doing? Luo Yi bluntly stated her thoughts. It's simple, if it's too hot to handle, just spend it. As long as I spend it fast enough, as many people benefit, and the leverage is large enough, no one will dare to cause me trouble. Besides, I do want to acquire some properties in Auckland City. I do need the Arcadia crystal, but what I need even more is to use the Mage Tower platform to tell everyone that I'm not short of money and am willing to spend it. Madame Linda's brows relaxed. Luo Yi, you always manage to surprise me. As she spoke, she raised her hand and sketched in the air, a magical glow shining from her slender white fingertips. After drawing an intricate magic circle, it scattered starlight. So the water that had spilled onto the wool blanket flowed back into the exquisite white porcelain teacup, which then rose into the air. Mrs. Linda held out 2 fingers, gently pinched it, and placed it back on the round table. After doing all this, she looked at Loy and said, I agree to your request. She laughed as she spoke. How could I refuse to send money to the Mage Tower? Let's forget about the 1,000 gold tires for the scholarship. The Academy has imperial funding, no need for that. As for the library access on the 2nd floor, my ancient spirit Mage Tower will grant it. It's not a big deal, and the Tower Master will be very happy. Loy looked at the teacup that seemed to represent time travel, then at Madame Linda, and smiled. In that case, how you spend the 10,000 gold tires is up to you, madam. I only ask to obtain the Arcadia crystal as soon as possible. Everything else is irrelevant. Madame Linda's smile brightened even more. The Mage Tower also has many treasured magical weapons and items. If you're interested, I'll bring out my most prized possessions for you to choose from. Loy's smile also brightened. In that case, for a long time to come, I'll definitely be buying my potions from Madame Linda. The Kentucky potion set is actually a little less interesting. I hope Mrs. Linda can provide us with something better. Not only for me, but also for my teacher, Mr. Olivera. As for the price? You know, that's nothing. Easy to say, that's a pleasure to work with. Happy cooperation. So, the 2 parties reached a cooperation in a pleasant atmosphere. Mrs. Linda clearly knew what Roy wanted to do, and it was of great benefit to her. Roy also achieved his goal through Mrs. Linda, and also solved the urgent need for the Arcadia crystal. A win-win result. Both parties were very satisfied. Later, under the leadership of Mrs. Linda, the three of Roy visited the magic laboratory and discussed the use of the basilisk materials. The first is snakeskin. The snakeskin on the belly of the descendants of Leviathan combines flexibility, ductility, and extremely strong magic carrying capacity. This is a rare and top-quality magic material that is inferior to dragon skin. Whether it is used to make magic scrolls or magic armor, it can maximize its effect. Lady Linda's suggestion was to inscribe a 6-fold deflection force field magic array, supplemented by a mid-level force field magic core, which could form a 6-fold deflection force field in times of crisis. Although this wasn't the best solution, it was in line with the characteristics of the era. With this magical leather armor, Loy and the others could ignore attacks from magic-powered firearms to a certain extent, and even magic-powered cannons could have most of the damage reduced. Of course, pure snakeskin was still a bit lacking, so an additional layer of leather armor could be added on the surface, using the scales from the back of a basilisk as material, to increase physical defense. The scales from the back of a basilisk were so hard that even the front of a magic-powered pistol couldn't penetrate them. They were extremely durable. The double layer of leather armor, stacked on top of each other, would result in the most exquisite magical equipment under classical alchemy. Loy wanted 3 of these, one for himself, one for Olivera, and one for Ang. Calling Ang over was naturally to offer a reward. Loy disliked empty promises when ordering people around. And then there was the snake meat. Lady Linda has admitted that the main ingredient of the Battle Key Core potion is actually monster meat. The mixture of elemental power and flesh is most nourishing for Battle Key. The Battle Key Core potion is made by extracting the nutrients from the monster meat and adding some magical materials to maximize its effects. However, no matter how good artificially bred monsters are, they can't compare to snake monsters. Eating snake meat directly is actually more effective. Therefore, Luo Yi kept all the snake meat and signed a preservation agreement with the Mage Tower to keep it fresh in an underground ice house. Lady Linda also promised that she would extract some marrow from the snake bones to use as raw material to refine a very special potion for Luo Yi. This potion, taken alone, can improve physical fitness and strengthen bones. If taken with snake meat of the same origin, it can maximize the effects of the snake meat. It can definitely allow Luo Yi's battle key cultivation speed to reach a new level. What's remarkable is that this high-quality potion is effective even against a transcendent being like Olivera. Of course, while Loy seems to have used a large quantity, it's actually only a small portion of the enormous basilisk carcass. For example, the basilisks' eyes are the perfect vessel for prophetic magical equipment, capable of being crafted into a long-range observation device, capable of seeing everything from dozens of miles away. 2 eyes of the same origin can even form a means of long-distance communication. The enormous snake head, after removing the skin and excess tissue, can be magically shrunk to a certain size, thus forging a snake bone shield. As long as the inscribed magic circle is intact, it becomes another top-quality magical artifact. Then there are the fangs. Fangs brimming with venom glands are undoubtedly the best material for dagger-type magical weapons. They don't even need many added attributes. As long as the original venom glands are preserved, even a touch will be fatal. As for the basilisk's internal organs, each one has a special effect, and each can be used to make a magical artifact or as the main ingredient in a potion. It's worth mentioning that after learning the potency of the snake venom, Loy retrieved the snake monster's gall and asked Lady Linda to concoct a special antidote. Some things truly must be guarded against. Afterwards, Loy and his companions toured the magical equipment warehouse with Lady Linda, each selecting some valuable items. For example, Loy replaced his main weapon. The silver angel rapier was becoming unusable and he gave it to Ang. In the magical equipment warehouse, Loy saw a replica of the divine silver angel rapier, but a rarer one. This silver angel rapier was made primarily of mithril, with a large amount of adamantite added, and was repeatedly forged and polished using a folding technique. Mithril ensures its ductility and magical conductivity, while adamantite guarantees sufficient toughness and hardness. With a sword, Loy could hold his own even in a head-on clash with a knight's greatsword. Because the rapier itself was already sturdy enough, no magic arrays for sturdiness or toughness were added. Instead, all the enhancements were applied to its sharpness. The 5-fold sharpness attribute transformed it into extreme sharpness, and because the blade was forged from mithril wrapped in adamantite, it displayed a subtle golden shimmer. Therefore, when this sword was swung, it resembled a dance of golden light, completely different from the silver angel rapier. and the sword, a rare magical weapon, deserved a name, Dawn. In addition, Roy also chose a pair of boots made of stag antler hide, adding a light and agile effect, allowing Roy to jump farther. The final shaping needed to be tailored to Roy's foot shape. Oliveira, without hesitation, directly chose 3 magic rings and slipped them onto her hands: Storm Guardian, Arrow of Flame, and Breath of Dawn. Storm Guardian transformed into a whirlwind to protect herself. Its effect was so-so, but it could be used in conjunction with a triple deflection field and could also obscure the enemy's vision. The Arrow of Flames is an offensive spell, a triple barrage of flaming arrows with mediocre power but fast attack speed. While the Breath of Dawn is also a ring, it's activated by spitting out a beam of light, silently. These magical items, besides their effects, are primarily practical, making Roy envious. Why didn't he choose them? Oliveira had the magic to activate it, but he didn't. As for Aang, he already had the Silver Angel rapier and double-layered serpent scale armor. He wouldn't dare ask for more. However, as he left, Roy couldn't resist clutching a beautifully crafted bag. A dimensional bag. Although it also requires magic to use, such magical equipment is truly rare and precious. He had to take it. Equipment must be constantly upgraded. Chapter 78, The Magic Factory of Auckland. This dimensional bag is dark purple overall, with intricate magical runes outlined in mithril wire, and is sealed with a thin rope adorned with gold tassels. It appears to be no more than the size of an adult's palm, rather flat and empty. However, inside lies a rectangular space measuring 10 meters by 10 meters by 20 meters. While not large in area, it's quite spacious for a dimensional bag. Having it would make daily life, travel, and even storing weapons infinitely more convenient. Of course, the prerequisite for using it is possessing magical power. It's not that dimensional bags can't be opened with a battle aura, but those require special designs, special magical materials, and special transformation runes. Creating a dimensional space of the same size would require at least 3 times the materials, plus the addition of some special rare material. Very few classical alchemists would be willing to expend such resources. Or rather, such dimensional bags would be collected by high-ranking nobles, and would never fall into Luo Yi's hands. Clutching the dimensional pouch, and then thinking about her cold revolver, Luo's eyes hardened. It's just magic. She'd have to master the basics of meditation in a short time, no matter what. With this thought in mind, Luo led Oliveira and Aang out of the ancient spirit mage tower, her steps decisive, her back view resolute. Lady Linda saw them to the door, then stopped, watching their departing figures. Her smile faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. But after a moment, she couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Just as she had said before, Lloyd was practically throwing money away this time. What was there for her to hesitate about? So, she once again stepped onto the flying carpet, went straight to the 7th floor of the Mage Tower, and knocked on the Tower Master's door. In less than an hour, all the high-ranking officials in Auckland knew that Lloyd had spent a fortune at the ancient Moon Mage Tower, ordering an Arcadia crystal. Those unaware of the truth gave Lloyd another nickname, the Spendthrift. Only those who know can truly understand its meaning. West of the city, Rose Street, Manor Number 1. Maruna Marquez and Butler Hoover emerged from the manor, exchanged a few more words with Sir Carl Blatter, who had come to see them off, bowed, and then boarded their carriage to head to the next manor. The butler, watching them leave, changed his expression. He took a step forward, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Master, are they here to take advantage of our kindness? I've never seen such shamelessness. They returned the bodies of the 2 young ladies yesterday, and today they come to ask for something in return. Them? Wanting shares in the Davies Magic Factory? That's wishful thinking." Sir Carl Blatter glanced at him slightly, annoyed. "What do you know? They're not taking advantage of our kindness, they're giving it to Gentle." The butler was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. "What does that mean? They want to buy shares in our factory, don't they?" "Yes. But you should first see the price they're offering and how many shares they want." Sir Carl Blatter turned, tapping his cane on the ground, and walked step by step into the manor. The old butler naturally followed, but hesitated before asking a question. The sir, however, did not hesitate, his voice coming softly. "I just received news that the little guy bought a magic core at an inflated price in the ancient spirit mage tower. He's being ridiculously generous, Roy Roy Fitz. He's a real little sly one." Not bad, not bad. Smart people live longer." The old butler was initially confused, but after a moment, he had a sudden realization. Evening 19 Lombard Street, 2nd floor, study. Roy quickly flipped through the documents in his hand, a blue light flashing in his eyes. A great deal of information was rapidly collected, organized, and transformed into more concise language, resonating in Roy's ears. This was actually detailed information on various magical machinery factories in Auckland City, selected by Maruna and Butler Hoover. They had already sent letters of intent for most of them, but these were just letters of intent. Further negotiations were needed. Roy, looking at this document, only felt that he had gained a lot of knowledge. For example, Sir Carl Bladder's most famous factory, Davy's Magic Machinery Factory, primarily produces a magic-powered water pump. His main target customers are large mine owners who mine wildstone. It was after reading the materials that Roy learned that the biggest problem in mining wasn't transporting wildstone, but rather groundwater flooding. While mineral deposits are mostly underground, transporting them is indeed troublesome, but with enough manpower, it can always be overcome. However, if groundwater floods the mine shafts or even washes away the supporting beams, the losses are devastating, potentially leading to bankruptcy. The magic-powered water pump solves this problem perfectly. From Roy's perspective, he felt that Davy's Magic Machinery Factory's products wasn't very good. It consumed a lot of energy, had a high failure rate, required regular parts replacement, and, most importantly, was too inefficient, pumping water too slowly. However, the large mine owners had even lower requirements. As long as the pumping speed was faster than flooding, they would be overjoyed. Then there's the wealthy businessman Matthew Heskett, whose Heskett Magic Machinery Factory primarily produces a universal power unit for mining. The history of using rails to transport ore in mines is long, evolving from early wooden tracks to modern railways. However, before the advent of the magic pool, rail transport relied mainly on manpower. A pulley system was installed on a flatbed cart. By repeatedly prying levers, the cart would move, with a minicart attached behind. However, manpower is finite. While better than carrying baskets, its efficiency was limited. Even now, installing universal power units on minicarts on rails is standard practice. But, contrary to Roy's imagination, the universal power unit was installed in front of the minicart, pulling it out like a train. In reality, the power unit was fixed outside the mine and connected to the minicart via gears, belts, and connecting rods. Through the transmission of force, the minicart moved. Then, in the early days of these mine carts, they were vandalized by the miners. Because of the increased efficiency, many miners lost their jobs, naturally leading to a riot. However, those who could become large mine owners were never simple, and each one was ruthless and wouldn't care about a group of miners causing trouble. After reading the data, Luo had to admit that his worldview had been significantly shaken. Many things were things he had never even considered. But upon closer examination, they actually reflected the current reality. While Luo was reading the data, Maruna Marquez, Butler Hoover, and Eng stood quietly before him. Eng appeared very calm, Hoover maintained his butler's demeanor, and no one knew what he was thinking. As for Maruna, he was deep in thought, with a hint of excitement in his expression. 5 minutes later, after closing the document, Luo rubbed his temples and asked, "Tell me specifically, what were the attitudes of each company?" Hoover glanced at Maruna but didn't speak. Maruna understood his meaning, organized his thoughts, and said, "Today, we first went to 10 of the companies that returned the bodies. They all operate magic energy factories. We then visited 5 more. Basically, we've covered all the magic energy factories in Auckland City. The people who received us were all the heads of the respective families, and everyone showed some interest in our investment. However, there are indeed too many. I think it's enough to choose 3 or 5 to invest in. As for the wholly owned factory you need, I've chosen this one." As he spoke, he handed over another document, just a parchment scroll. Luo took the document and glanced at it. The Greenman factory? Yes, the Greenman factory. Its previous products were railway tracks, but that's not important. What's important is that the magic energy pool has been in use for less than 3 years, so it's practically brand new. Also, the factory owner, Nellie Greenman, was unlucky. His entire family died at the hands of pirates. Now, several distant relatives are fighting over the inheritance, causing a huge uproar and severely impacting the factory's normal operations. If we take it over, it's like having the factory buildings, the magic energy pool, and 3 universal power machines. Plus, the factory isn't far from the Champagne House. The problem now is that there are 3 families vying for the inheritance. To get the factory, we have to deal with all three simultaneously. Luo Yi nodded slightly, indicating she understood, and then looked at Aang, asking, "What about your side?" Aang replied, "The magic energy textile factory in the Champagne House, the Provence Manor, and even Mr. Maruna's residence have all been discovered to be spying on. But the place with the most spying is actually here." The teacher arrested a few, and after interrogating them, I can basically confirm that they are all gangsters, detectives, and even thieves from the underworld. The only thing I can't be sure of is whether they have anyone backing them. Loy nodded slightly, then looked at Maruna Marcus and said, "I'll have to trouble you these next few days to run around, discuss things, and see what those people think, okay?" Finally, he looked at Butler Hoover, "Make preparations at Provence Manor. We'll probably have to host a banquet in a few days." Hoover nodded, "That's my specialty. The wilderness stone can be seen as coal, and the various machines inside are based on real world prototypes. Chapter 79 will be available for purchase tomorrow. Yesterday, my editor informed me that the book was ready for release and asked if I wanted it tomorrow or the day after. I was a bit stunned. The fourth round of recommendations wasn't even over, and it was already ready for release? The answer was yes. Maybe that's how it is when the results aren't good. Releases are made so casually, and I'm used to it. But I feel it's just so-so. My editor said the readership is around 570, the number of favorites is around 5,700, and the subscription to collection ratio is 10-1, so it's not hopeless. Finally, I told my editor it would be released on Friday, which is tomorrow at noon. I'm asking for first-day subscriptions, 5 chapters to start, bonus chapters for monthly tickets, and an extra chapter for a 10,000-point reward. I'll try my best to write, hoping the results will improve in the future. Chapter 80, Woman. After dealing with these trivial matters, Luo Yi dismissed everyone. He rubbed his temples, drank a cup of tea, and felt better. His body wasn't particularly tired, but handling these matters was mentally exhausting. After sitting for a while, pondering for a moment, he got up and returned to his bedroom. There, Lilia had already woken up and moved a round table to the window. Scattered on the table were numerous drawings. She was intently sketching something. Luo Yi wanted to speak, but opened his mouth and then closed it again, instead tiptoeing closer. Then he saw that Lilia was drawing, still the magic-powered forging machine. It was a general outline drawing. She would occasionally pause to think, then pick up her previous drawings to compare, very seriously. After standing there for a while, seeing that Lilia still didn't react, Luo Yi couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Ah." "Ouch." Luo Yi's voice was gentle, but it still startled Lilia so much that she jumped up. Her knee hit the table leg, and tears welled up in her eyes from the pain. Luo Yi quickly helped her up, lifted her up with a little effort, and put her on the bed. Then she lifted her skirt and rubbed her knee. "Why are you reacting so strongly?" Lilia's big eyes still had tears in them, but hearing Luo Yi's questioning, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Who told you to walk so quietly?" "You scared me," Lori complained. "I've been standing behind you for ages, and you wouldn't even turn around. Can't I even make a sound?" "I won't do it." "It's your fault for scaring me." Lilia started acting unreasonably, and Lori could only say, yes, it's all my fault, okay? "But, you just woke up, what are you doing now?" "The prototype is almost finished, but it's just a prototype. I want to redesign the internal structure, the magic rune distribution, streamline the parts, and optimize the appearance. Even just making it look better is a plus." Lori couldn't help but say, "You're more proactive than me." "But, Teacher Lilia, have you forgotten you still have classes? Your vacation is only a week long, right?" "What, are you really planning to resign?" Lilia was stunned, then her eyes widened. "Oh dear, I forgot. This, Lori quickly reassured her. It's okay. I know the Mage Tower well. I've already extended your leave." He paused, then continued, "Now, what I want to talk to you about is, have you thought about what to do after this magic-powered hammer forging machine is completed? Of course, we'll report it to the Mechanical Association and apply for a patent. Once the patent is granted, anyone who wants to use our technology will have to pay us. Also, I plan to write a paper on the magic-powered hammer forging machine, which, along with the product, should attract the attention of the Moonstone Mage Tower." Loy nodded, then asked, and then what? "Haven't you thought about opening a factory, producing the product, and then marketing it?" This, I don't have the capital. You don't, but I do." As he spoke, Roy handed over a document, saying, "Take a look at this first." Lilia took it, opened it, and read, "Greenman Factory. Yes, if you're willing, then this factory will be renamed Lightning Magic Energy Factory. With existing magic energy pools, universal power machines, and factory buildings, production can begin in the shortest possible time." Lilia stared blankly at Roy, her eyes filled with disbelief. After a long pause, she finally said, You're not lying to me, are you?" Roy smiled at her and said, "Why would I lie to you?" Lilia jumped up and landed in Roy's arms, her ample breasts making Roy's heart flutter. "So that means I might be a little rich girl in the future, and I won't be short of money just because I study magic. You really don't know how envious I am of those classmates. They can use potions without any worries, and their meditation is twice as effective as mine. If I had those conditions, I would have become a formal mage long ago, a formal mage specializing in magical mechanics." Lilia was still rambling on, but Roy's hand was already touching her smooth skin through her loose robes. Just as she was about to say something more, Roy gently squeezed her, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. What do you want to do?" Luoyi stared at her. "Don't you know what I want to do? But I'm not ready yet." "That's perfect, I'll prepare you for that." With that, Luoyi threw Lilia onto the bed and pounced on her himself. The rest is omitted. The next day, early morning. As sunlight streamed into the room through the window, the white bedding was already trembling, and soft moans emanated intermittently, while the spacious bed shook incessantly. A full hour later, the commotion finally subsided. Luoyi stood up, naked, by the window, breathing in the cool air, and exclaimed, "Awesome!" In this life, he was naturally a pure young man, but in his past life, he was a seasoned lover. Coupled with his 17 or 18 years of age, overflowing hormones, and this robust body, he had long been unable to restrain himself. Behind him, Lilia also got up, wrapped in a bathrobe, and walked briskly to Luoyi's side. The flush on her face hadn't faded, and a hint of pain lingered in her brow as she took a step. She pressed her delicate body against Luoyi's back, saying nothing. After a moment, Luoyi spoke, "Lilia, are we going back to the academy later?" "Yes." "Then pack your things and move them over." "Yes." This time, the response was even softer, like a mosquito's buzz, but Luoyi heard it clearly, and couldn't help but smile. Fillet Magic Academy. Before class, Luoyi and Lilia arrived at the academy in the Raymond family carriage. Lilia needed to return from leave, pack her clothes, and move. In short, there was a lot to do. As for Luoyi, a week late and carrying a huge windfall, he still arrived at the training ground and trained on his own. His return aroused the curiosity of his first-year classmates, but Mr. Williams' color didn't allow them to disturb him. To be honest, at this moment, Luoyi didn't need the identity of a student at all, or even to be here. However, having once again occupied this secluded corner, he focused on body training, sword practice, and breathing exercises, and surprisingly, he easily calmed his mind. These past few days had been filled with too many trivial matters, and even a huge crisis loomed ahead. Even if he appeared confident, the anxiety in his heart was something he couldn't share with anyone, and even his cultivation was somewhat difficult to focus on. Yet, at this moment, breathing the familiar air of the academy, he quickly found his rhythm. His morning training continued as usual, until near noon, when Luoyi helped Lilia move, transporting various items to 19 Lombard Street. It was also today that Luoyi signed his first document, not an investment, nor a factory construction agreement, but a house purchase agreement. That's right, Luoyi purchased 19 Lombard Street from Mrs. Cassidy at a 30% premium, and simultaneously hired Mrs. Cassidy as her housekeeper to manage the household. He promised that, if Mrs. Cassidy wished, she could live out her days in this house. Mrs. Cassidy wasn't initially happy, but what could she do when Roy offered so much? However, Roy felt the small apartment was a bit too cramped, especially with Lilia moving in, which meant less personal space. Roy then had butler Hoover negotiate with the neighboring houses, numbers 17 and 18, to see if any were willing to sell. As for Lilia, there was so much to do, designing the magic-powered hammer forging machine, writing papers, filing reports, applying for patents, and so on. And as a teacher, taking leave was one thing, but she had to return to teaching afterward. Even so, Roy still provided her with two main research directions. First, a portable magic-powered hammer forging machine, which essentially involved replacing the driving energy from a magic energy pool with magic crystals. This was for certain individual clients. After all, magic energy pools weren't available everywhere, and it was impractical to equip one or two hammer forging machines with magic energy pools. That would be too extravagant. Therefore, the emergence of a personal, portable magic-powered forging machine is essential. Secondly, a magic-powered forging press, simply put, creates a mold with a fixed shape, then places a heated metal blank into it and presses it down directly. In this way, parts of the desired shape and size are produced instantly. The simplest example is upper body plate armor conforming to the human body's curves. It's incredibly accurate, fast, and efficient. It's only because heavy armored cavalry has been phased out that a single magic-powered forging press could have drastically increased the production efficiency of the Habsburg Empire. It must be said that when Lelia saw Loy's casually sketched draft and heard his explanation, she was completely shocked. Her fiery red lips formed an O shape, and Loy lowered his head and pressed down on her. Soft and sweet, the taste is truly sweet. Although I'm not very good at writing romance, this book doesn't want to be a bachelor, it wants to be a playboy. Chapter 81, Wealthy and Powerful. In the following days, the hype surrounding Loy began to die down. Everyone had their own lives and work to do, busy with their own lives. Gossiping in their spare time was one thing, but who could keep up with the constant attention? Auckland returned to its usual noisy yet quiet mode. Everyone was waiting for the 3 naval warships to return, waiting for them to bring back the head of the pirate captain, Geese. But they seemed to have vanished, not a single word returned. Sometime later, rumors, both true and false, began to circulate, saying that the Imperial Navy had failed and couldn't capture the culprit. This was quite a big deal. Of course, the fading of the surface hype didn't mean the underworld activities had stopped. There were always some reckless individuals who liked to take risks. Loy's house, 19 Lombard Street, had been burglarized many times. Some stole secretly, some robbed openly, all hoping to make a quick fortune. Unfortunately, an extraordinary person is an extraordinary person. Oliveira, as the captain of Earl Raymond's guard, had specifically trained in guard skills and was far more capable than these thieves imagined. In just a few days, at least 5 groups of people were captured and handed over to Ng for interrogation. The only saving grace was that these people acted alone, without anyone following them. This meant that Roy's methods were effective. Meanwhile, Maruna and Butler Hoover were busy every day, negotiating details with the magic energy factories. Roy's terms were actually quite lenient: no management rights, no involvement in production, and no annual dividends. The only requirement was priority in purchasing products when needed. His demand for shares, while varying slightly depending on the factory size, was between 4% and 8%, and he was willing to pay a whopping 1,000 gold tires. This was already a significantly overpriced acquisition. The magic factories in Auckland City were valued at a low of 3,000 or 4,000 gold tires, with the highest valued at around 10,000 gold tires. Take Sir Carl Brad's Davies Magic Factory as an example, valued at 10,000 gold tires. A 10% stake would only be worth 1,000 gold tires, yet Roy only asked for 4%. To put it bluntly, Roy was practically giving them money away. The factory owners in Auckland City had just suffered a pirate raid and had all suffered losses, resulting in insufficient cash flow. Naturally, they were very accommodating when someone offered them money. In just a few days, 3 deals were finalized, and negotiations for the next few were ongoing. As for Roy, he left these trivial matters to others and returned to his previous life. He went to school, cultivated, studied, and meditated as usual. Roy also discovered that the environment of Philint Magic Academy was ideal for reflection and accumulation. Being there, people's hearts were less restless. And he, having just experienced a series of battles and faced life or death situations several times, needed reflection and accumulation. Upon returning from his journey, he had taken another step forward, reaching the 2nd tier LV9 level. His agility was a staggering 18 points, while his constitution and strength had reached 16 and 14 points respectively. With these attributes, mastering the sky-piercing slash was finally a possibility. Every time Luo Yi tried, he felt he was still missing that final step. Besides this, his combat skills had also improved significantly. His wind-chasing step had reached LV5, and his swift thrust and V-shot had also made considerable progress. Most importantly, Through practical testing, Deep Blue had found a direction for optimization and iteration, beginning to address shortcomings and adjust skills. For example, swift thrust often resulted in the user not having enough time to draw their sword due to its speed, leading to lost weapons or self-injury. This required a change, and Deep Blue's optimization method was to avoid aiming at the heart and instead target the throat, neck, or major arteries. Why expend so much effort on something that could be fatal with a small opening? Furthermore, Luo Yi's numerous collaborations and agreements with the ancient spirit mage tower had begun to be implemented. The double-layered snake scale armor still requires time to craft. Moreover, classical alchemy is complex and prone to failure, so patience is key. The reading privileges on the second floor of the library promised by Lady Corinda have been granted. Specifically, Roy has been given a new student's badge with some added information, allowing him to automatically pass through the magical barrier on the second floor. After receiving the badge, Roy went up to the second floor almost without hesitation. Here, the number of books is far less than on the first floor, not even reaching 10,000. However, the depth of the content far surpasses it, even including much forbidden knowledge that sends chills down one's spine. For example, Roy only now understands that there are actually many ways to acquire magic. Meditation is the most orthodox and safest, preserving personal growth potential. But besides meditation, one can also form contracts. For instance, forming a contract with a demon allows one to acquire abyssal magic. Forming a contract with a devil grants access to hellish magic. Even if you become involved with an angel, you can obtain a portion of celestial magic. While expecting to unleash powerful magic with this meager amount of magic power is wishful thinking, a little bit is enough to activate magical firearms. Oliveira actually belongs to this category as well, except that he has a contract with a wind elemental spirit. Count Raymond specifically found this for him, partly to help his swordsmanship improve, and partly because magical firearms have become fashionable. However, even a contract with a wind elemental spirit isn't without its downsides, not to mention the bond with the abyss of hell. After understanding this information, Lloyd decided to temporarily abandon the idea. Even if he was impatient, he didn't want any hidden dangers, especially since he had made a new breakthrough in potion making using the knowledge from the books on the second floor. Previously, one of Deep Blue's projects was to create a calming potion using minerweed as a material. Despite numerous attempts, there were no breakthroughs, mainly because residual medicinal properties of minerweed could damage the body after ingestion. This time, Shenlin brought out another formula, using Minerva as the main ingredient, but adding a small amount of ambergris. The mixture wasn't to be swallowed, but rather burned and inhaled. This approach was quite peculiar. Or perhaps, nothing Shenlin produced wasn't peculiar. The world's development over millennia had essentially relied on ingestion. This applied to potions and elixirs, yet Shenlin, in a short time, first created a warm yang body strengthening soup formula for a medicinal bath, and then an aromatherapy product for burning it. But aromatherapy is aromatherapy, as long as it works. Luo Yi is currently working under Shenlin's guidance, gradually refining the optimal ratio, which will naturally take some time. It's worth mentioning that Shenlin's other project, the optimization and improvement of the warm yang body strengthening soup formula, has also made significant progress. After numerous experiments, Shenlin added some special medicinal herbs, which had no effect on the medicinal properties, but lowered the solidification point of the elixir. The result was that, through boiling, a black ointment could be obtained. When using it, you can apply it to your hands and rub them together until they feel warm before applying it to your body. Alternatively, you can stir it in hot water until the water turns dark brown for better results. Of course, there are still drawbacks. The smell of the ointment cannot be completely removed, but it is the best available at this stage. In addition, the potions that Lady Linda promised have arrived one after another. She prepared a Magda Crimson Blood potion for Loy, which, as the name suggests, is crimson red, like fresh blood. But the effect is truly amazing. This potion is equivalent to the combined effect of red and blue potions, and even surpasses it. Furthermore, she gave Loy special treatment, finding a skilled chef to help cook the meat of the sea monster serpent. This is not only for the sake of taste, but also for the further enhancement of his battle key cultivation. Combined with the sea monster bone marrow potion, the effect is terrifyingly strong. As for Oliveira, Lady Linda found him the volcanic rock dragon elixir, ideal for agile superhuman warriors, enhancing blood circulation and explosive power. Olivera had heard of this elixir before, as Earl Raymond had searched for it for him in the Duchy of Normandy, but to no avail. Here, Lady Linda not only found it but also provided a continuous supply. Combined with the sea monster bone marrow elixir and snake meat supplements, Olivera felt his progress was frighteningly rapid. And that didn't even include the secret holy technique, divine sigh, on the silver dragon skin. Loy wasn't one to hog everything, good things were meant to be shared. Earl Raymond had Olivera protect him, but that was merely a guard duty. Olivera's actions went far beyond that. He practically did whatever Loy said. Loy had nothing to say about Olivera's actions. The divine sigh secret holy technique was something he and Olivera shared. After Luoyi went up to the second floor of the library and completed the ancient celestial language, he had already made the final revisions and translation of divine sigh. Then, through the ancient spirit mage tower, Luoyi ordered a set of all the necessary materials, leaving only the Arcadia crystal. Of course, all of this cost money, and a considerable amount at that. But who is Luoyi? Auckland City's newly minted top tycoon. He directly bet 1,000 gold tires on the ancient spirit mage tower. Deductions will be made as needed, with refunds for overpayments and additional charges for underpayments. Just issue the bill and reconcile it at the end of the month. This is the last free chapter. It will be available for purchase tomorrow. Please support me. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, The Meditation Elixir. Roy's wealth and extravagance were palpable throughout Auckland. However, at Philint Magic Academy, he was known for the fact that he was living with his beautiful teacher, Lelia Lightninger. Beautiful women naturally attract more attention, and a group of young men, full of youthful vigor and overflowing with hormones, were particularly eager for beautiful women. Therefore, although there wasn't a school beauty ranking, Lelia received an extremely high level of attention at the academy. And this beautiful teacher was living with Roy? This news was like a bolt from the blue, stunning countless students. Roy felt the resentment of his classmates, their gazes seemed murderous. In fact, several upperclassmen challenged him to duels, the winner gaining Lelia's favor. Roy scoffed at their childish behavior. He was the one who won the girl, why should he care about others' opinions? However, he wasn't afraid of these challenges from the upperclassmen. Wielding a rapier gleaming in the morning light, he was invincible throughout the Philint Magic Academy. Even the most renowned swordsmanship genius couldn't withstand more than 3 moves from him. Finally, Luoyi, thoroughly exasperated, even used the rapier to dismember a swordsmanship teacher, forcing him to run in naked before everyone was apprehended. However, Lelia wasn't affected. In fact, she became even more famous. The reason was simple. She submitted her design blueprints and thesis on the magic energy forging machine, causing a sensation at the Moonstone Mage Tower. Magic energy machinery was still relatively new, and although there were many achievements, it was still a period of unregulated growth. The Habs Empire's higher regard for talent in all aspects of magic energy machinery was undeniable. And those who could design magic energy machinery were undoubtedly the most sought after. Lelia had originally planned to return to classes after her vacation, but the moment her thesis was submitted, it garnered attention. The Moonstone Mage Tower exempted her from classes, increased her salary, and provided various conveniences and resources, allowing her to focus on her research. Clearly, the higher-ups at the Moonstone Mage Tower approved the design drawings and thesis, while the Academy's higher-ups saw it even more clearly. A general history of magic could be taught to any apprentice, but the benefits a designer capable of designing magical machinery could bring were simply outrageous. If it weren't for her and Loy's plan, they might have simply moved that half-finished machine from the back warehouse of the Fragrant House. However, even so, this time, she began designing a relatively complete magical hammer forging machine, as well as the design for adding magic crystal drive components. In short, Lelia was now famous at the Philint Magic Academy, even becoming the object of admiration and pursuit for a group of mage apprentices. Time flew by, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Maruna was continuing her efforts to negotiate with the factory owners, Loy's research on potions finally achieved decisive results. February 2nd, New Divine Calendar 311, 18 Lombard Street, 2nd floor, Potion Laboratory. With the efforts of Butler Hoover, Loy finally secured the house on the left. The 30% premium was simply too tempting, and the homeowner ultimately couldn't resist. However, Luo Yi didn't undertake a major renovation, he simply didn't have the time. He just arranged for a construction team to break down the wall connecting the two floors and create a new door. Then, he specially partitioned off a space of over 20 square meters on the first floor to build a bathtub. This place would be used for medicinal baths later. On the second floor, he cleared enough space to build a batch of cabinets, bookshelves, and a long table, and also purchased a considerable amount of medicinal herbs for storage. The more secret medicines he would concoct in the future, the more medicinal herbs and tools he would need, and this time everything was complete. Inside the potion laboratory, he also specially partitioned off a small room of less than 2 square meters. The original washroom had been cleaned up. Only a futon was placed in the center. At this moment, Luo Yi was busy in the laboratory, crushing, grinding, and boiling various materials on the long table. A strange herbal smell permeated the air. Even Luo Yi found it unbearable, so he stuffed 2 cotton balls into his nose and left the windows wide open. The water in the pot boiled away, leaving only a dark red, viscous liquid. Luo Yi took a small amount, then scraped a tiny bit of powder from the ambergris beside him, carefully measuring it before adding it to the dark red liquid. Then, he took a short stick and stirred it continuously. Although he hadn't added much ambergris, the viscous liquid began to solidify with each stir. After 10 minutes, it was thoroughly mixed, leaving only a dark red, solid powder. Luo Yi took some, placed it in a specially made container, and repeatedly pressed and rolled it, eventually forming a thin, elongated object about the thickness of a finger and 20 centimeters long. He took this object into the secret chamber, sat cross-legged in the center, and lit it with a match. The paper burned, the flame flickered, and soon only sparks remained, with wisps of smoke rising. At this moment, Luo Yi spoke. Deep Blue, record, 131st experiment, confirming the effect of the meditation elixir. He took a deep breath, the wisp of smoke entering his nostrils, but instead of sinking into his lungs, it shot straight to the top of his head. A chilling aura spread through his mind, and Luo Yi felt himself become exceptionally calm. He was unmoved by external gains or losses, even his distracting thoughts were swept away, leaving his soul increasingly clear and calm. Only one thought arose in his mind, and Luo Yi immediately sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and closed his eyes slightly. Then, he sank into darkness. The darkness in his vision did not affect the fluctuations of his soul. In a daze, his consciousness traced strange patterns in the darkness. Those patterns were intricate and intertwined, ultimately transforming into an exaggerated 6-pointed star array. However, the 6-pointed star, after appearing, kept fading. Luo Yi could only repeatedly depict it, make it appear, fade it, depict it, make it appear again, fade it again. This process lasted for an unknown amount of time, as if a drop of water fell from mid-air into the darkness, splashing ripples. Luo Yi's perception, along with the ripples, traveled far away, and for a moment he seemed to see many things, yet it also seemed like a mere illusion. Under normal circumstances, Luo Yi wouldn't even be able to enter this state, but now, he was truly calmly depicting the 6-pointed star formation, calmly watching another drop of water fall. Splashing ripples. Time passed like this, and after an unknown amount of time, a weariness grew from the depths of his heart, accompanied by countless distracting thoughts. Perhaps due to the awakening of innate wisdom, Luo Yi's thoughts were always changeable, countless thoughts arising and ceasing in an instant. This was the biggest obstacle to his entry into meditation, until today, until the effect of the potion. Suddenly opening his eyes, Luo Yi's perception extended, as if he could sense some power different from battle key, yet equally rare, seemingly existing in his mind. The difference is that battle key is difficult to control, much like the inability to control the flow of blood. But this rare power moves at will, like an extended tentacle. In fact, because it's so flexible, it can surge forth with a mere thought, making precise control extremely difficult. This is magic. This was Deep Blue's exclamation in Luo Yi's heart, but the next second, he added, but what is the essence of this power? What is human consciousness? Do humans have souls? Is this power attached to the soul? And what does it belong to? Stop, Luo Yi immediately interrupted, why do you care so much? Deep Blue, you only need to know one thing, what? Your master, after more than half a year of arduous attempts, has finally entered the realm of meditation and possesses his own magic power. Isn't this something to celebrate? Ha 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 ha! A loud laugh erupted from Luo Yi's mouth, even echoing beyond the small secret room and the entire house. After so much hard work, he had finally succeeded. Wasn't he allowed to be happy? At this moment, Luo Yi decided that this secret medicine would be called Meditation Elixir version 1.0, also known as soul-soothing incense. Its effect is singular, to purify the mind and aid in entering a meditative state. First update, please subscribe and vote. Chapter 83, The Secret Medicine and the Summoning. In the days that followed, Luo Yi was immersed in meditation, unable to extricate himself. Although he still went to school, practiced swordsmanship, and handled affairs as usual, whenever he had free time, he liked to light a calming incense in his secret room and enter a state of mindlessness and clarity. His attribute panel also changed, with a new skill added, Basic Meditation LV1, 10/100. Luo Yi had to admit that the pleasure brought by the initial mastery of meditation and the gradual accumulation of magic power far surpassed the huge progress he had made as a combatant. There was no way around it. People always remember the difficult and challenging things. However, this small step brought Luo Yi endless possibilities. Of course, although Luo Yi was a little too happy, it did not affect the implementation of Deep Blue's many plans. In just a few days, it arranged various experiments and collected a lot of useful data. For example, once the calming incense was lit, it could burn continuously for 10 minutes and take effect within 2 hours. And within 2 hours, Luo Yi could accumulate 3 drops of magic power. It's like those drops of water falling into the sea of consciousness during meditation. Each drop counts as 1, and each meditation session yields about 3 drops. And, the incense can only be used once a day. It's not that you can't use it more, but the human spirit has its limits. Excessive meditation, while accumulating magic power, has extremely poor effects. Specifically, lighting the incense a second time shortens the meditation time to 1 hour, but only accumulates 1 drop of magic power. By the next day, the mind will be exhausted, and there will be residual medicinal effects in the body, severely impacting the meditation's effectiveness. This is a losing proposition, so naturally, it can't be done. Furthermore, according to Deep Blue's estimate, well, since there's no accurate data from other mages, it's just an estimate, a LV1 mage apprentice should need 100 points of magic power. Based on Luo's meditation efficiency, it would take a maximum of 34 days to advance. But if you want to use magic, those 100 points of magic power probably won't even be enough for the most basic spells. Ordinary mage apprentices don't have sophisticated magic power control skills, and their spell models always waste a great deal of magic power. However, only about 50 points of magic power are needed to activate the magic-powered firearm. The activation of the firearm is actually powered by energy provided by the embedded magic crystal. The explosion of the 4 elements, earth, fire, wind, and water, within a very small area can generate a huge impact force similar to gunpowder exploding. The user's magic power simply acts as a fuse, triggering the magic crystal. Furthermore, once ignited, it can be used freely until the magic energy inside the crystal cools down. In other words, the minimum magic power required for a magic gunner is only 50 points. The next required magic power is simply reloading the magazine or waiting another 5 minutes. Put another way, 400 to 500 points of magic power is more than enough to perform well on the battlefield. 1000 to 1800 points is enough to use a magic cannon at will. Therefore, the magic gunner profession truly only requires magic power. The quantity and quality of magic power are irrelevant. This can be considered a good thing, as it makes the profession easy to popularize. However, it is also a bad thing, as the profession's potential is locked. In addition, in Deep Blue's plan, Luo Yi also made a second optimization to the meditation potion. After reading some books on the second floor of the library, Luo Yi realized that he wasn't the only intelligent person in the world. Many others had tried to conduct in-depth research and development on potions. If magic potions are mixed with magic to add magical effects, then potions rely more on the properties of the materials themselves. Or, they involve causing different materials to produce unique chemical reactions, thus possessing certain magical effects. Such potions are often called secret potions. They mostly appear as accompanying formulas for advanced breathing techniques or advanced meditation techniques, representing the highest achievement of apothecaries over countless years. Luo Yi developed 2 of them in just half a year. One was the warming and strengthening body soup formula, but after developing it into a black ointment, the name was no longer appropriate. After much thought, Luo Yi changed it to Roy Fitz Warrior's Secret Potion. The reason for this was actually due to Lilia's reminder. After moving in with Luo Yi, this beautiful woman discovered more of his secrets. Initially, she scoffed at his potion-making activities. Are you kidding me? You want to be a warrior, a magic gunner, research magical machinery, and explore the mysteries of potions all at once. One can't be so greedy. Too many distractions will only lead to failure. This was the earnest advice from her beautiful teacher. Unfortunately, upon seeing the black ointment, she fell silent. After personally trying the meditation potion, she was so excited she almost couldn't speak. Luo Yi had devoted immense effort to mastering meditation, even creating a potion himself. But the problem was, he wasn't the only one unable to grasp it. Countless people had paid a heavy price to take that first step, even resorting to making pacts with abyssal demons. Why would a simple potion suffice? If Luo Yi were to offer this secret medicine to the Habsburg Empire, he might very well be able to enter the ranks of nobility and gain an audience with the emperor. If Luo Yi were to use this secret medicine as a flagship product and start a company, he could undoubtedly accumulate a vast fortune in the shortest possible time. Of course, the only drawback is that the secret medicine requires ambergris, which is still too expensive. Therefore, Deep Blue has several directions for further optimization. First, to further optimize the proportions of various materials and the brewing method to better suit Luo Yi's physical reactions, striving for the best effect. Second, to find as many substitutes as possible for ambergris. As long as a cheaper material can be used, even if the effect is not as good, if it can be mass-produced, the significance would be too great. Finally, there is Luo Yi himself. The secret medicine is ultimately a secret medicine. Relying on the secret medicine to enter meditation can be used as an initiation, but it cannot be used every time. Therefore, Luo Yi must use the effects of the secret medicine to truly learn basic meditation. This last point is particularly important. Just as Roy was striving to use the Colt Wheel, news finally arrived from the ancient Moon Mage Tower. There was news of his Arcadia crystal. However, Roy never expected that this rare magic core would come from the Church of the Sun God. And, moreover, from someone who had been killed alive. Auckland City, home to the Cathedral of the Church of the Sun God. Built over 100 years ago, this temple actually occupied an enormous area, even larger than the combined area of the temples of the other 7 churches. But due to the explosion on the Day of Divine Grace, most of the area was reduced to ruins. The Church of the Sun God not only lost its magnificent temple but also suffered countless casualties among its clergy. Fortunately, it was the Day of Divine Grace, and the 7 gods bestowed their blessings. While other parts of Auckland City were crowded, the cathedral was deserted. Thus, although the explosion and shockwave caused extensive damage to the building, the number of dead believers was not large. It wasn't until the arrival of the Winged One, Juice's Koch, that the Church of the Sun God finally found its backbone. Beyond assigning blame, the reconstruction of the cathedral was also put on the agenda. In a sense, as a repository of faith and the earthly abode of the gods, the reconstruction of the cathedral was even more urgent than assigning blame. At this moment, the entire cathedral was surrounded by fences and black cloth, and inside, countless devout believers were busy at work. In the heart of the ruins, in a secluded corner, a huge magic circle was being drawn. The arrangement of the 6-pointed star, along with offerings placed at each corner, gold and agate, expensive gems, lit torches, and a golden chalice filled with holy water radiating divine power, was complete. An old man with the title of Wings of Light, dressed in a pure white robe and holding a staff covered in thorns, stood there quietly waiting. Seeing the magic circle nearing completion, he prepared to step forward, but a bishop blocked his way. "Your Majesty, Yossi Koch, are you sure you want to do this? This will harm your noble body." The old man's gaze was still gentle, but his tone carried the piety of a martyr. "This is what I should do, and what I must do. The statue of God has been destroyed in our hands. Faith is like a body without support. We must erect the majestic idol again as quickly as possible. What is a small price to pay for this?" Saying this, he stretched out his hand, pushed aside the bishop of the cathedral, and walked to the Holy Grail. His right hand gripped the thorns in his palm, and with a slight pressure, the thorns pierced his flesh. Blood, imbued with divine power, dripped down the thorns into the Holy Grail. The ordinary holy water then shimmered with the golden light, radiating a sacred and scorching aura. After the old man left again, a priest began chanting incantations, the aura of divine power spreading and connecting with a vast magic circle. Then, light flowed and spread across the six-pointed star, and in the void, a sacred door opened. Then, as if from an ancient beast, a roar grew louder as a crimson mammoth, engulfed in holy flames, stepped through the portal and descended upon the mortal realm. A deep, resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears, "Holy Mammoth Kyrgyz, heed the call of the holy light. Tell me, where are your enemies?" He said this, and he was prepared to do so, but upon seeing the menacing gazes of the crowd, he sensed immense danger. But everything was no longer in his hands. On this day, a fierce battle erupted at the ruins of the Cathedral of the Sun God, the chanting of light clashing with divine power. Finally, a pair of wings burning with holy light descended from the sky, annihilating all the aftershocks of the battle. Second update, please subscribe and vote. Chapter 84, The Sun God Church in Dire Need of Funds. In the living room of Mrs. Linda's magic laboratory on the 6th floor of the ancient spirit mage tower, Luoya sat by the window as usual, with a cup of black tea served. This time, however, he paid no attention to whether the tea was sweetened or not. He was simply staring at a magic core in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was a crystal core the size of an adult's fist, displaying a unique dodecahedron shape. Its exterior resembled a crystal, yet it felt soft and elastic to the touch. Inside, it seemed as if a cluster of flames was burning, indistinct but spreading outwards in concentric circles. When placed in sunlight, it reflected a dazzling golden glow. Luoya looked at it, completely captivated. No wonder, a magic core costing 10,000 gold tires, even a legendary magical beast would probably only fetch that price. However, a dual elemental magic core of both holy and fire elements was indeed extremely rare, especially since the elemental power within was nearly at its maximum. Frankly, in terms of Arcadia crystals, there was nothing of better quality. Seeing Loy's infatuated expression, Lady Linda couldn't help but ask, "Don't you want to know where this Arcadia crystal came from?" Loy didn't turn his head, only sensing the surging elemental power within the magic core with his magic power, and vaguely replied, "I don't care which nobleman's private stash it is, or which royal family's secret vault it comes from. Anyway, I paid for it, as long as no one will cause me trouble because of it, that won't happen. Besides, you underestimate Lord Oliveira's power, so, I don't care." Although he said that, Loy finally realized something. He slightly turned his head to look at Linda and asked, "Since you say so, madam, it seems there's something wrong with this magic core." Lady Linda smiled. "Its origin is fine, use it with confidence. However, I didn't expect that the Church of the Sun would be the first to complete this order." The Church of the Sun? Loy was stunned. "How did I get involved with them? The other day, did you see those wings of light that blotted out the sky?" "I didn't want to see it, but it was too conspicuous. I thought the winged one of light was about to fight the angelic song, and I was so scared I wanted to hide in the mage tower." Roy described it in an exaggerated tone, then asked with some confusion, "But, does this magic core of mine have anything to do with that person?" "Of course it does." Lady Linda smiled knowingly. "Don't you know? The original name for the Arcadia crystal comes from the celestial realm. Only in the celestial realm are dual elemental magical beasts, possessing both holy and fire attributes, most abundant. And to obtain this magic core, the winged one of light presided over a summoning ritual, summoning a transcendent level holy mammoth, which he ultimately killed, then dug out this crystal core and sent it over." This time, Roy's gaze could no longer linger on the Arcadia crystal. He suddenly turned his head, looking at Lady Linda with a searching look in his eyes. "Madam, is there really no future trouble with this? Are you going to pay?" "Of course I'll pay. I'm buying things, it's a perfectly legitimate business, then there won't be any future trouble." "But why?" "That's the great Church of the Sun God, the faith of countless people in the old world. Is it worth doing this?" "Of course, it's for the sake of Jinter." Lady Linda stopped being coy. "Regarding the Festival of Grace, the cathedral was destroyed. The Church of the Sun God lost more than just face, it lost substance too, and that wing of light came here to demand an explanation. But rebuilding the cathedral is also true. Since it needs rebuilding, it naturally needs money." Loy was somewhat puzzled. The Church of the Sun God, how could they be short of money? The Church of the Sun God, of course, isn't short of money. After all, aside from tithes, they can still get donations from nobles. But that's a church outside the Habsburg Empire. In Auckland City, The 7 gods are the state religion, and such a large project requires a considerable amount of jinter, so, your Arcadia crystal really saved that winged light from his immediate predicament. I had no idea there were so many twists and turns involved. Loy looked at Madame Linda, his eyes slightly narrowed, and asked, "Why do I feel like you're gloating a bit, madam?" Madame Linda rolled her eyes at Loy before saying, "You didn't experience the era when the Church of the Sun God had absolute authority, otherwise, you would be just like me. Back then, we magicians were all heretics. Haha, I've heard about it, but I really don't want to experience it. We should still thank the 7 gods for their blessings. Thank you, 7 gods." As he spoke, Loy had already taken out the dimensional bag from his pocket, communicated with it using magic, opened the golden tassel on the bag, and stuffed the Arcadia crystal inside. Then, he also took out a gold note the size of an adult's palm. The 7 gods bank's service awareness is truly advanced. They specifically developed this gold note to solve the problem of Jintel's inconvenience in carrying it. The thin sheet, crafted from genuine gold and imbued with special magic, looked like a shimmering golden notebook. But when Loy wrote numbers on it with a special quill pen, left a divine imprint with his ruby ring, and signed his name, the gold note became truly useful. With it, one could exchange it for the corresponding amount of gold tires at the 7 gods bank at any time. Even Lady Linda's breathing became somewhat heavy upon seeing the gold note. Loy, however, appeared quite relaxed. After chatting for a few more minutes, he rose to take his leave. Lady Linda escorted him to the entrance of the Mage Tower. After they left, she couldn't help but rush back to her laboratory, grab the gold note, and head to the 7 gods bank. She decided that while the mission had to be completed by tomorrow, she was determined to lie down on 10,000 gold tires and get a good night's sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Loy, having obtained the Arcadia crystal, lost all interest in class and hurried home with Olivera. Passing the training ground, he saw a group of third-year students practicing marksmanship. By the 3rd grade, most of the students had become magic gunners, lined up side by side, guns loaded, magic activated, and a series of crackling explosions filled the air. The humanoid targets 50 meters away became sieves, wood chips flying everywhere, eliciting excitement from the crowd. Loy paused, somewhat eager to try, but after sensing the total amount of magic within him, he ultimately walked away. Wait a little longer, a few more days and I'll have 50 points. Then, I'll definitely go to this shooting range and have a good time. Without a word, Loy and Olivera finally arrived home. After going up to the 2nd floor, they entered the laboratory through a side door. Here, Loy first took a brand new crucible, heated it over a fire, and then added various rare and expensive materials to it in a specific order. This was his first attempt, so he was very careful, having Deep Blue test, confirm, and measure the amount before adding anything. After a full hour of work, the crucible was filled with a green liquid, bubbling and bubbling with flames. Luoyi took out his dimensional bag, opened it, and retrieved the Arcadia crystal. Then, he carefully placed the magic core above the green liquid, gently releasing it as it fell in. In that instant, an elemental fluctuation seemed 10 times stronger, creating ripples in the air within the laboratory. Fortunately, that was the most intense reaction. After that, it subsided considerably. Luoyi let out a long sigh, wiping imaginary sweat from his forehead, feeling utterly exhausted. Seeing him relax, Olivera immediately stepped forward and asked, "Is it done?" Loy replied, "Not so fast. This step is actually softening the Arcadia crystal. 3 days, just 3 days, and this magic core will be completely loosened, then it can be ground into powder and used directly in medicine. This step is the most dangerous, the rest will be much easier. However, teacher, for the next 3 days, you must stay here. Firstly, to ensure the flame doesn't go out and the boiling continues. This green liquid will lose its effect once it cools down. Secondly, to ensure its safety, with the highest level of vigilance, to ensure no one comes." Olivera nodded seriously. "I know, thank you for your trouble, teacher." Olivera rarely smiled slightly. "I should be the one who benefits greatly, how can it be troublesome?" Loy grinned as well. "Haha, then let's see what's so remarkable about this so-called secret holy technique." With the Arcadia crystal processed, Loy felt a great weight lifted from his heart. However, his good mood vanished after Butler Hoover arrived. Because a piece of news has gone viral in Auckland. The 3 warships of the 3rd Royal Navy have returned, but they failed to bring back Jiss's head. Third update, please subscribe and vote. Chapter 85, The Sacred Lava Heart. 19 Via Lombardi, 2nd floor, study. Loy sat behind the desk, looking up in surprise. Really didn't catch him? No way? That shouldn't be the case. It's no wonder Loy found it unbelievable. Although the Silver Sea was vast, it was still 3 Imperial Navy warships and at least 3 extraordinary level experts. Even in a head-on confrontation, they could force Gis to flee in a sorry state. Could he really have escaped? Hoover explained, Aang had men stationed near the Alkali naval base. Yesterday, they spotted 3 warships returning from afar and immediately came to report. After receiving the news, I went to Sir Karl Bladder's Rose Garden to inquire further. According to the Navy, after Nagis's defeat, he escaped on his last basilisk. Although he was fast, both he and the basilisk were injured and shouldn't have been able to escape. But Nagis was cunning. He lured them to a dangerous place, using the dying basilisk to lure a giant crab-like sea monster into attacking, catching the Navy off guard. However, the Navy was also focused. They left 2 warships to engage the giant crab, while the remaining ship relentlessly pursued Nagis. But just as they were about to succeed, one of the 3 great pirate kings of the Silver Sea, the Mist Pirates, appeared and forced the Navy warships to retreat. The Mist Pirates. Luo Yi pondered these words, and the information flashed through her mind. While the Silver Sea couldn't compare to the boundless ocean, it was still rife with piracy. Among the most famous were the 3 universally acknowledged pirate kings, each with their own unique characteristics. The most distinctive feature of the Mist Pirates was their magical warships. Wherever they went, shadowy figures followed, accompanied by a dense fog, making them incredibly elusive. Even the Habsburg Empire's warships, brimming with magical cannons, were rendered helpless without a target. Furthermore, the Mist Pirates' attacks always unleashed a thick fog. If one were caught in it, disoriented and unable to see the enemy, they became easy targets. Therefore, the generally accepted strategy against this pirate group was either to flee as quickly as possible, or to surrender and pay for their safety. It's worth noting that pirates also sought profit and valued sustainable development, generally avoiding annihilation. After all, if they scared all merchant ships into submission, they would starve. Of course, this didn't include warships from other nations. So, upon sensing the fog spreading and the shadowy ships appearing, the naval warship readily chose to flee. And then, they abandoned Gis. They knew that losing Gis would be very troublesome, so the 3 warships wandered the seas for many days until their food and water were almost gone, before they had no choice but to slink back. After delivering the message, seeing Loy lost in thought, Hoover, looking slightly melancholy, couldn't help but speak up. Young master, Nagis has escaped. Won't we be in trouble from now on? After all, his wealth is all in your hands, young master. Loy snapped out of his reverie, and upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Not to mention, I wouldn't be afraid even if he came. And besides, it's not my place to worry about him yet. Do you think that once this news spreads, and they have an excuse, some people won't seize the opportunity? If things escalate, the Empire might have to send ironclad warships, or even truly powerful figures, to intervene. That'll be truly exciting, young master. What do you mean? Loy looked at him and said, everything has a time limit. Don't you think it's a bit abnormal that the entire city of Auckland is still in turmoil even after so much time has passed since the Divine Grace Festival tragedy? Some people, they'd love to see some commotion. Seeing that Hoover was about to speak again, Loy waved his hand, changing the subject. How's things going with Maruna? Hoover replied, 8 deals have been finalized, and 2 more are being finalized. Each will invest 1,000 gold tires, totaling 10,000, and the banquet, Provence Manor, is almost ready. Master, rest assured, this is a mandatory course for every butler. The specific time hasn't been finalized yet. We need to send out invitations a few days in advance. Loy mentally calculated and said, then let's set the date 10 days from now, on February 20th. Send invitations to everyone who can, so everyone can witness our signing party. Okay. After seeing off Butler Hoover, Loy entered room 18 through a side door on the 2nd floor. However, instead of going to his potion laboratory, he turned and went to the inner room. The layout of room 18 on Via Lombardi was almost identical to room 19, and naturally, the 2nd floor had more than one room. This room had now been converted into Lilia's study and studio. She would complete her mechanical design work here, especially drawing. Loy didn't knock, nor did he need to. He simply pushed the door open and entered, where the light from the magic crystal lamp illuminated the room. Lilia, with paper in one hand and a quill pen in the other, was circling the desk, occasionally bending down to write and draw, the paper rustling incessantly. Today, she wore a loose green nightgown, which, though oversized, couldn't conceal her beautiful figure. Especially when she bent over, large expanses of snow-white skin and the faint outline of her rounded breasts were revealed. With just one glance, Roy felt a surge of heat rush down his chest. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for Lelia seemed to sense something, immediately looking up to meet his eyes, covering her chest in embarrassment and annoyance. "Where are you looking?" Roy chuckled. "It's not like I haven't seen it before, I've even tried it out, you pervert." "I thought teachers liked perverts, Pa." Lelia couldn't withstand Roy's foul language and quickly changed the subject, saying, Did you come to see me for something? If not, don't disturb my work here." Roy asked, "Is the mobile magic-powered hammer forging machine settled?" "It's not as simple as you think, especially integrating the magic array into the hammer forging machine. It's much more complicated than you imagine. The magic-powered forging press, on the other hand, is much simpler as long as you have molds of different shapes." After a pause, she added, "However, you can use it temporarily by laying magic arrays on the ground. But is it really necessary to demonstrate it at the banquet? Isn't that a bit impolite? Even good wine needs advertising. Our good stuff needs to be known." "Don't worry, I'll handle this. You just need to guarantee that there's a magic-powered forging machine running at the Provence Manor in 10 days. 10 days? I'll have to arrange it tomorrow, and I'll need to find a few fellow students from the academy to help, then spend a bit more money, so others don't think we're stingy. Also, for the banquet in 10 days, if anyone from the Moonstone Mage Tower is interested, you can send them an invitation." "Well, I'll ask." "That's settled then." As he spoke, Roy had already walked up to Lelia. Lelia didn't notice anything at first, but when she turned around, she found Roy too close, his gaze too intense. What do you want to do?" Cough cough, "I haven't stretched my muscles yet today." No, not here. Don't you think it's exciting here?" No. An hour later, Lelia slumped softly onto the desk, her face as red as an apple, her eyes filled with resentment. Roy stretched his limbs, a satisfied look on his face amidst the crackling sounds. The youthful body was indeed impulsive. But youth was truly wonderful. For the next 3 days, Roy took leave, citing a banquet as the reason, but in reality, he never went to the Provence Manor. Lelia, on the other hand, left the next day. Moving the magic-powered forging machine and setting up the magic array was a massive undertaking. Roy, meanwhile, stayed home to adjust his condition. Each day, besides breathing exercises and meditation, he even stopped his usual high-intensity physical training. He then used Crimson Blood Potion and Roy Fitz Warrior's Elixir to regulate his body, striving to reach peak condition within 3 days. In his spare time, he observed the changes in the magic core and processed various auxiliary materials in the potion laboratory. For example, he took at least half of the amber grease and ground it into fine powder. He also refined the golden fruit into a special golden liquid, resembling flowing gold. There's also minotaur grass, which requires the complete veins on the leaves to be removed before it can be used in medicine. There's thorium armor, which must be over 10 years old and have 7 golden spots on its silver back. There's a large chunk of ice crystal, powdered pearls, sapphires, and coral polyps, etc. Basically, all are extremely rare and expensive materials, and processing them is particularly troublesome. Roy proceeded with great care, with Deep Blue constantly monitoring the process. As for the outside world, the entire city of Auckland, just as Roy had predicted, erupted into massive unrest after the Navy's return and confirmation that Gies was alive. This time, countless people truly surrounded the governor's hall and the Arkley naval base, staging a sit-in protest. If someone of low status did this, they would only be beaten and imprisoned, but if the leaders were nobles and wealthy merchants, it was a different story. Anyway, it was chaos. 3 days later, in the potion laboratory, Roy took out the Arcadia crystal that had been soaking for 3 days, placed it on a tray, and gently crushed it with his hand. The magic core, resembling a crystal in appearance, is actually an elemental crystal. It possesses astonishing elasticity and the hardness of steel, making it virtually indestructible under normal circumstances. Of course, it can be destroyed by various means, but the resulting elemental power will teach you a lesson. Even extraordinary beings would not want to endure the elemental explosion caused by the destruction of a low-level magical beast crystal core. However, After special treatment, 3 days later, when Roy crushed it with his hand, the Arcadia crystal seemed to collapse, turning into grains of sand. Roy spent half an hour grinding it finely, then poured it all into another crucible. The prepared liquid began to boil, the pale golden liquid deepening in color until it became a dark gold, radiating a metallic sheen. The temperature of the liquid reached an extremely high level, boiling like magma, bubbling violently. And each time the bubbles burst, a visible force spread outwards. Roy turned off the fire and waited quietly until the temperature dropped before carefully pouring the contents of the crucible. Despite the large amount of ingredients, only 3 thumb-sized magic potion bottles were filled. Roy finally breathed a sigh of relief after sealing the bottles. Only then did Olivera approach, looking at the potion liquid, and say, "I'll go first." Roy waved his hand, picked up a bottle of the holy lava heart potion, which resembled golden magma, and stretched his limbs. "No, this is naturally my turn." 4th update, please subscribe and vote. Chapter 86, The Heartbeat of the Giant Beast. 18 Via Lombardi, 1st floor, inside the bathroom. This world lacks electric heating, making it difficult for ordinary people to maintain the water temperature. However, in the world of magic, there's always magic to solve this problem. Roy took out a sphere, about the size of an adult's palm, engraved with various twisted magical runes. He casually shook it. The vigorous shaking caused the runes on the sphere to glow red and emit high temperatures. Roy tossed the sphere into the pool, and soon the water temperature rose steadily, with steam rising. This heating magic sphere, a special magical item, could maintain the water temperature for a full 6 hours. The only drawback was that the water temperature couldn't be adjusted, and a mage needed to replenish its magic power after each use. It wasn't that magic crystals couldn't be used, but that would require engraving the entire magic circle at the bottom of the bathtub, consuming an excessive amount of magical materials. Furthermore, having a mage operated every time it was turned on and off was far less convenient than this method of recharging after each use. Once the water had warmed up, Olivera took out a packet of Roy Fitz Warrior's elixir and tossed it in. The black ointment melted upon contact with the heat, and in a short while, it had turned the entire pool of hot water a light black, filling the air with a strange, rich medicinal fragrance. It must be said that this Roy Fitz Warrior's elixir was actually an excellent medicinal bath for nourishing the body and repairing hidden injuries. Even for someone as extraordinary as Olivera, it was effective. Even without mentioning the meditation elixir, this one product alone could support a whole pharmaceutical company. Roy had actually considered starting a pharmaceutical company to sell elixirs at relatively low prices, allowing warriors to cultivate faster and giving everyone the opportunity to begin meditation. However, considering his current situation and the state of Auckland, it was best not to take such a risk. At this moment, Roy had already removed all his clothes and stood naked beside the pool. He glanced sideways at Olivera and said, "Teacher, just keep the water level in the pool. Don't worry about anything else." Olivera nodded seriously. "Okay." With that, Luoyu stepped into the pool, slowly submerging his body, feeling the scalding heat of the water engulfing his skin, and feeling the medicinal liquid seep into his body through his skin. He ignored all of this, instead narrowing his eyes slightly, taking out a bottle of the sacred lava heart's secret medicine, and placing it before him. Perhaps due to sedimentation, the medicine was now a golden red viscous liquid, emitting a faint glow, indicating its extraordinary nature. After only a slight pause, Luoyu uncorked the bottle and drank the medicine in one gulp. In just one gulp, all the liquid went down his throat. The feeling was like swallowing lava, reaching straight to his stomach. A rich, scorching power spread along his intestines, seeping into his bloodstream, until the first strand of magma entered his heart, into the seed of life, as if completely igniting his body. Boom! A deafening roar exploded into his consciousness. Luoyu felt the world spin, his senses distorted. He seemed to see an erupting volcano, golden red lava gushing upwards as if it were free, flames igniting the sky. He felt as if he had sunk into a world of thick flames. The raging lava carving fiery paths across the earth. If he listened closely, he could almost hear the rhythm of his own body, like the heartbeat of a giant beast. Each beat was like a drumbeat, shaking heaven and earth. Faintly, he seemed to hear whispers from beyond the heavens, mechanical, monotonous voices echoing continuously. Master has lost consciousness. Activate subconscious protection module, activate shielding module, activate health monitoring module. Outside, Luo Yi, having just drunk the secret medicine, froze. His eyes widened, the small bottle in his hand fell, smashing against his chest before tumbling into the pool. But none of this made Luo Yi move. Instead, his skin turned crimson at a visible speed, radiating intense heat. Oliveira's expression changed, and he tried to move forward, but after a few steps, he stopped. He remembered Roy's order, ignore everything. In that moment of hesitation, Roy slipped into the boiling water, her head submerged. Oliveira could no longer care about anything else. Almost instinctively, he reached forward, his hand about to reach into the water and pull Roy out. But the next second, he recoiled as if electrocuted. In that short time, blisters had formed on his hand. The temperature was terrifying. However, the high temperature also caused the water to evaporate. The water in the pool was visibly boiling and steaming, forming thick steam. Oliveira hesitated for only a second before grabbing the bucket and running out. He was incredibly fast, carrying and pouring water with ease, but even so, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the evaporating steam. Finally, he called over Aang, who was practicing swordsmanship at the training ground, and Mrs. Cassidy, who was busy preparing food. The two of them fetched water, and Oliveira carried it, barely managing to keep up. This went on for a full hour, and Oliveira didn't know how many buckets of water she had carried. At number 18 Lombard Street, completely submerged in white steam, when visibility was extremely low, a powerful heartbeat suddenly rang out. A human heartbeat naturally makes a sound, but even the most intense one cannot travel very far. However, at this moment, a sound like thundering drums came from the pool. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat wasn't fast, even somewhat rhythmic, but each beat was exceptionally powerful. It was hardly a human heartbeat, rather, it resembled that of an ancient behemoth, those terrifying magical beasts, whose heartbeats could even affect the smallest beings around them. And with a heartbeat, blood and fighting spirit were compressed and circulated within the body at an even faster rate. Even Oliveira's expression changed drastically at this moment, because he felt the oppressive aura permeating the air. Although it wasn't intense, he was a third-tier transcendent being, and for such an aura alone to make him wary, it must have been at least a fourth-tier being. In the entire city of Auckland, excluding the two newcomers from the Church of the Sun God and the Church of the Seven Gods, there couldn't possibly be a fourth-tier being. Such a person would be a guardian of the forces in any power. They weren't someone you could just encounter casually. At that moment, the mist swirled, and through it all, a figure stepped out. The pervasive oppressive aura swept over him, making Oliveira's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but take a half step back, his muscles tensing as he assumed a fighting stance. Just then, Loi's face appeared before him, grinning broadly, silently smiling. His brows were full of elation, clearly in a very good mood. Oliveira asked, "Did it work?" "It worked. How does it feel?" "Very good, very good." "No, I've never felt so good before." Loi raised his hand, clenched his fist, a simple movement, but to him, it felt as if magma was flowing through his body, bringing a power akin to volcanic eruption. 19 Via Lombardi, first floor, training room. Loi casually slipped on a pair of underpants, holding the dawn rapier, standing in the center. Beside him, Oliveira and Aang stood quietly, as if waiting for something. However, Loi didn't act immediately, but instead carefully sensed, felt a mutated life seed within his body. If the life seed before was like a container, calm and unremarkable, then now it was a blazing furnace, an erupting volcano. With each heartbeat, the flowing battle key was refined a little. In terms of quantity, the current battle key was only 1/10 of what it was before, but even the remaining portion gave him a scorching sensation like flowing magma. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He gripped his sword. A tremor. A whoosh. The seemingly casual movement caused the dawn rapier to tremble violently, layers of white aura swirling and spreading, creating a mock ring that seemed to rise out of thin air. Previously, Luo Yi could only manage this much with his full strength, but now, he could do much more. A sudden inspiration struck him. He raised his hand and flicked it, the golden blade, enveloped in white aura, tearing through the air, then suddenly extending and striking out. A crescent-shaped blade of air, accompanied by a sharp whistle, slashed through several meters of space and landed on the wall. The wall appeared severely damaged, leaving a 2-meter-long, several-inch-wide gash. At the crack, there were even more fine, scattered cuts, as if countless tiny knives had slashed across it. At this moment, Oliveira was somewhat stunned. Sky-piercing slash? Sky-piercing slash. It actually worked? It worked, Something only seen in epic tales. It can actually be mastered? It's truly. Aang had never seen Olivera so distraught, because in his heart, his teacher was almost omnipotent. Only now did he realize that there really were things that could amaze even his teacher. At that moment, Luo Yi slightly turned his head and said, "One more move, yes, one more move, secret sacred technique, divine sigh, giant beast heartbeat, open for me." Then, a heartbeat as intense as a pounding drum resounded again, the dust in the air seemingly pushed aside by the sound spreading in all directions, turning into faint rings. Luo Yi's skin suddenly turned red, as if congested with blood, and the veins on his arms bulged, as if blood were flowing rapidly within them. His aura rose unreasonably, rising, and rising again. At this moment, Luo Yi raised the slender sword in his hand. With a casual grip, it trembled like a sharp cry, the accompanying white aura extending inch by inch, as if to pierce the roof. But the next second, all the strange phenomena vanished, and Luo Yi collapsed to the ground. Olivera took a step forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo smiled wryly. "Well, my battle key is depleted. Thank you to Hypnosis 123 for the 500-point reward." Chapter 87, Hero Template. P.S. Just to clarify, Chapter 83 wasn't missed, it was censored. These days, Gideon doesn't allow anything to be written, so there's no way to write anything freely. 10 minutes later, in the bedroom, Luo Yi lay on the large bed. He had downed 3 bottles of Battle Key Core Potion and wolfed down a lot of snake monster meat before finally recovering from his near exhaustion. Feeling the heat circulating within his body, his strength gradually returning, Luo Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had indeed been a bit too complacent. Feeling so good about himself, he had recklessly used his power, but he hadn't expected that his battle key, after its first refinement, was only 1/10 of its original strength. He had even activated the divine sigh, giant beast heartbeat state, which had resulted in exhaustion. Clearly, while this state was powerful, it couldn't be used carelessly. Thinking this, Luo Yi looked into the depths of his eyes, his attribute panel reflected there, showing another significant changed name, Roy Roy Fitz. Race, human, hero template, class, wind chaser swordsman, tier 2 LV9, mage apprentice, tier 1 LV0, strength, 15, 1/100, agility, 18, 80 out of 100, constitution, 17, 40/100, perception, 10, 40/100, intelligence, 10, 3/100, awakened talents, deadly threat, swift as the wind, divine sigh, behemoth's heartbeat combat skills, swift sword technique LV7, 33/100, cheetah breathing technique, accumulation LV6, 20/100, cheetah breathing technique, refinement LV4, 10/100, wind chaser step LV5, 1/100, swift thrust LV4, 98 out of 100, V-shot instant kill LV4, 45 out of 100, sky piercing /LV1, 20/100, magic skill, basic meditation LV1, 38/100, secret sacred technique, divine sigh LV1, 2/100, other skills, old world knowledge LV3, herbal identification LV4, 5/100, alchemy LV3, 15/100, self-created secret elixir, Roy Fitz warrior elixir, meditation elixir. Looking at this attribute panel, Roy couldn't help but admire himself. He hadn't wasted his time, the data he had accumulated was becoming increasingly impressive. Of course, even with his preparation, he underestimated the effect of this secret sacred technique. Not to mention the effect of refining battle key, just the process of drinking the elixir, which was like being tempered by magma, gave his physique an all-round improvement. Just looking at the data comparison, it was not difficult to find that almost all attributes had increased by 1 point, even perception and intelligence. Only the main attribute, agility, because it hadn't been improved for long, hadn't undergone a qualitative change. The sheer magnitude of this improvement alone is enough to allow Luo Yi to reach the threshold of using sky piercing /. For this alone, the 10,000 gold tires were well worth it. Moreover, after refining his battle key, it's as if he's transformed from mist into flowing liquid, significantly enhancing his physique and body refining effects. And this is just the beginning. The LV1 level of the secret holy technique represents the first refinement. If Luo Yi is determined to improve in this area, he can refine it a second and third time. At that point, the effects will only become stronger. And this doesn't even include the divine sigh, behemoth heartbeat state, which, according to Deep Blue's evaluation, is already considered a talent. The so-called divine sigh, behemoth heartbeat is essentially the overload operation of the battle key core, causing the heart to beat violently. In this state, the heartbeat is like a pounding drum, the speed of battle key circulation is greatly increased, physical attributes are greatly enhanced, and it possesses a built-in pressure effect. It's worth mentioning that this pressure effect is similar to Dragon's Might, providing a mental shock. Frankly, this effect is a natural manifestation, and even Deep Blue struggles to analyze its cause. Furthermore, this divine sigh, behemoth heartbeat state is a talent awakening, requiring continuous refinement of battle key to achieve and enhance. However, it's not without its drawbacks. The consumption of battle key in this state is terrifyingly high, like a flood bursting its banks, powerful, but limited in duration. Moreover, the high-speed circulation of battle key and the significant improvement in physique place immense pressure on the body. All of this indicates that this talent cannot be used casually. If one cannot kill the enemy quickly, they will be the one to die. Of course, its benefits are undeniable. Luo Yi's gaze swept around, finally landing on the template. The 4 characters, hero template, shone brightly, as if afraid no one would notice. Luo Yi wondered what the king template would be like if the hero template was already so powerful. His weary body eventually needed rest to recover. After looking at the attribute panel for a while, Luo Yi felt drowsy. However, before falling asleep, he spoke in his mind. Deep Blue, present, establish a new project, analyze the various reactions after drinking the sacred lava heart elixir and determine the level of danger, establish a new project, analyze the cultivation steps of divine sigh, optimize and iterate as much as possible, and integrate it into the daily cultivation plan, establish a new project, analyze the various reactions of divine sigh, beast heartbeat and determine its usage limits, establish a new project, based on his current physical condition and pure battle key, optimize, cheetah breathing technique, refinement, to maximize the body refinement effect, establish a new project. Based on the current situation, optimize, cheetah breathing technique, accumulation, to maximize the speed of pure battle key cultivation, 5 new projects in one go, all of which required corresponding improvements after the template change. By the end, Luo Yi's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Only then did Deep Blue's mechanical voice come through. As you command, Master. New project complete, calculations begin. For the next few days, Luo Yi was in a recovery phase. The after effects of divine sigh, beast heartbeat continued to manifest, making Luo Yi realize that this talent truly couldn't be used recklessly. However, there was also good news. For example, his various new projects had yielded results, such as the optimization of the cheetah breathing technique. The current cheetah breathing technique, accumulation, has become LV4, 10/100, because after refining his battle key, he no longer had that much, so it naturally had to be reduced. In fact, with each refinement of divine sigh, this number would fluctuate repeatedly. Furthermore, the cheetah breathing technique, refinement, underwent another iteration and optimization, further increasing the difficulty level and reaching a new level of physical torment. Of course, the effects would also be better. In addition, the cultivation of the divine sigh skill had also been incorporated into his daily training. In fact, Luo Yi's daily training is already quite complex, involving combat skills, body tempering, breathing techniques, meditation, and so on. It's only because Shenlan is there, breaking down the training plan down to every minute and constantly urging him on that he can persevere. All Luo Yi needs to do is not think, but simply complete each step methodically. Only in this way can he keep going, otherwise, looking at that series of plans, he might not have the motivation to complete them. The only thing that's not going smoothly is that the follow-up analysis of the secret medicine is still ongoing, and Luo Yi has suppressed Oliveira's impatience, asking him to wait a little longer. Apart from that, things outside are going more and more smoothly. For example, the magic circle that Lilia set up at the Provence Manor went very smoothly, without worrying about wasting magical materials and with sufficient manpower. Theoretically speaking, doing this is actually not cost-effective, but often, spreading the word is far more important than cost-effectiveness. Also, Both the Moonstone Mage Tower and the Ancient Spirit Mage Tower have accepted Luo Yi's invitation and confirmed that they will send people to the banquet. Furthermore, Maruna Marcus has finalized an agreement with another magic energy factory, bringing the total to 9. However, some problems arose with the last one. Caroline Magic Energy Machinery Factory primarily produces railway tracks. It's quite large, but its products lack technological sophistication, merely touching on the surface of magic energy machinery. However, the Caroline family behind the factory had previously sponsored a second-tier mage skilled in magic energy machinery. Consequently, they acted arrogantly, even demanding exorbitant prices from Loy when he was seemingly throwing money around. They demanded a mere 4% stake, refusing even the simplest audit, and a whopping 2,000 gold tires. When this demand reached Loy, he immediately rejected the shares. He wanted to buy peace of mind, but that was all. If you're trying to extort, sorry, I won't tolerate it. It's said that when the news reached them, Jamie Caroline, the head of the Caroline family, was furious, but that was all. Do they really think the reputation of extraordinary warriors is fake? The Caroline family only sponsored a second-tier mage, not that second-tier mage's surname is Caroline. The difference is huge. Therefore, the final agreement was signed with 9 companies. It's worth mentioning that as the news spread, the number of people watching number 19 Lombard Street finally decreased. And this was Roy's ultimate goal in doing all this. He was now certain that as long as the banquet proceeded smoothly, it meant that many forces in Auckland City recognized him, and the danger would be greatly reduced. Time passed quickly. By February 17, Roy had recovered to his best condition and resumed high-intensity training. On this day, Roy's magic power exceeded 50 points, reaching the minimum standard for using magic-powered firearms. However, he only used his Colt revolver to practice and get a feel for it. In the end, he didn't go to the Fillet magic shooting range. Amidst the intense training, time flew by, and on February 20th, the signing banquet officially began. Most importantly, first-time subscriptions, my dear readers, I humbly request them. Chapter 88, Douglas Hill. For nobles, banquets are an unavoidable topic. Those who host banquets use them to maintain relationships, build connections, and even announce events. Those of high status enjoy the adulation of others, like stars around the moon. Those of similar status can engage in lively discussions, exchange opinions, and discuss business. Even those of humble status can use banquets to build connections. Often, simply knowing someone is a form of resource acquisition. Men can attract beautiful female companions at banquets. Young women can find their ideal partners. Take Loy, for example. Although he was an illegitimate child, after taking over the Raymond family's business in Auckland and investing in the Champagne Magic Textile Factory, he gained the right to attend banquets. He received numerous invitations, and if he wished, he could frequent various noble banquets, either building connections among men or indulging in womanizing. Loy was very familiar with this approach in his previous life, so in this life, he truly had no interest in it whatsoever. To this day, the fact that he has never attended a large banquet is proof enough. Moreover, he knows better than anyone that the more people at such banquets, the more complicated things become, and the more chaotic and messy things can get. After a few drinks, a mere glance could lead to a duel. All talk of aristocratic decorum is a joke. Therefore, such banquets are a tremendous test for butlers. They not only have to arrange food, provide hospitality, prepare the band and maids, and settle the guests, but also be constantly aware of any unforeseen circumstances and have contingency plans in place to ensure the banquet runs smoothly. Thus, organizing banquets is a mandatory course for every butler, but it is also the ultimate test of their abilities. Hoover was specially trained by the Raymond family. 3 generations of his ancestors were butlers, and he had seen the most magnificent occasions, making him incredibly experienced. With such an experienced butler, Loy was saved a lot of trouble. He hardly had to worry about trivial matters, he only needed to wait for the banquet to begin and then attend. Afternoon, 19 Lombard Street, 2nd floor, bedroom. Luo Yi put on his tailor-made gentleman's suit and stood in front of a life-sized mirror, making adjustments to the details. The suit, fitting his body's curves perfectly, outlined Luo Yi's upright figure. His handsome features, paired with eyes as bright as stars, gave him an aura of vitality and energy. His meticulously styled hair seemed to gleam with oil. However, you couldn't see the naivety, timidity, or even cautiousness that one would expect from a young person. Instead, you saw composure, a confidence that emanated from his very bones, a calm and collected demeanor that could withstand any storm. This was extremely rare in a young man. And this was why everyone who came into contact with him didn't treat him like a child. Just his demeanor alone didn't seem like it. On the other side, Lelia Lightning also walked over with elegant steps. She wore a light blue evening gown, the strange fabric infused with magic, seemingly shimmering with light. The gown was studded with countless tiny diamonds, sparkling brilliantly like stars. The dress featured an off-the-shoulder design, highlighting Lelia's porcelain-like, pale skin and alluring, delicate collarbones. Her pale blue eyes were like the deep blue of the sea, captivating at first glance. "Is it beautiful?" Lelia asked. "Absolutely beautiful," Loy nodded without hesitation, then added after a pause, "It's simply stunning, like a masterpiece of God." Lelia smiled brightly and took Loy's arm, saying, "Let's go then. Tonight, you're the star. It wouldn't be good if we were late. It's time to go." With that, Loy led Lelia downstairs. Outside, the Raymond family's carriage had been waiting for some time. Loy and Lelia needed to go to the manor to prepare. As hosts, they couldn't keep their guests waiting. Meanwhile, in an inn, 3 other people were also preparing. A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with a full beard that hadn't been properly trimmed, was diligently grooming himself in front of the mirror. However, it was obvious that his methods were rather clumsy, so the more he tried to tidy it up, the more messy it became. Then, a young man approached, speaking with a hint of timidity. "If you can't manage it, just shave it all off. I learned the trade at a barber shop. I can help you if you need it." "You're dreaming. This magnificent beard of mine has been built up over many years. You can't shave it all off, but we're going to a banquet tonight. Won't it be very impolite of you to go like this?" The bearded man seemed enraged, throwing down the scissors in his hand and shouting, "Impolite? I'm afraid of being impolite? That man wants to buy the factory we're about to inherit. He's asking for our help. Why should we feel impolite? But, no buts. Just listen to me. Listen to me, and you'll definitely get the biggest benefit." "But haven't you heard the rumors outside?" The young man finally mustered his courage, gesturing wildly as he spoke. "There are rumors all over the place about this bastard. They call him Lucky Boy, the Undertaker, and the Ghost Hunter. He got the Bloody Mary pirate's treasure, tens of thousands of gold fellows, yet he's still alive and well, and those noble lords didn't rob him. And beside him is a powerful superhuman warrior, who supposedly slew a demon from the abyss. And also, I've heard he's incredibly powerful himself." The bearded man grew even angrier, roaring, "Are you done yet? What does his power have to do with you?" The young man, somewhat intimidated by the roar, still managed to say, "He's so powerful, aren't you afraid of him? If our demands are too much, won't we anger him? Then, won't we be?" He didn't finish, but the bearded man's face paled. Although he still appeared blinded by greed, the fear in his eyes was undeniable. He finally turned to the last person and asked, "What do you think?" The last person was a young woman, dressed relatively conservatively. Her clothes, though luxurious, were made of somewhat worn fabric, and she was completely covered. She was engrossed in a book, her gaze focused, oblivious to her surroundings. Only when the bearded man pressed him did the young woman look up and speak. "I've inquired carefully, and there are many rumors about that illegitimate son. Young, composed, a powerful warrior, a follower of an extraordinary expert, a lucky one, and so on. The only thing he doesn't talk about is stinginess. On the contrary, many say he's very generous, so, as long as our requests aren't too outrageous, he should agree to them. The prerequisite is that they can't be too outrageous. You should know that such young and powerful figures don't mind showing their benevolence. But if you anger them, the outcome won't be good." As if that were the final word, the other two fell silent. A moment later, the bearded man lay down on a chair, a hot towel on his face. The young man, holding a razor, stood behind him, beginning to work. If Maruna were here, he would surely recognize them. These 3 were the heirs of Nellie Greenman, all his distant relatives. The bearded man was named Sam Greenman, the young man was Evan Greenman, and the young woman was Mira Greenman. They enjoyed equal inheritance rights to all of Nellie Greenman's assets, and Roy had recently sent Maruna to discuss the purchase of the Greenman factory with him. As evening approached, several carriages departed from the Mage Tower of the Fillant Magic Academy, passed through the main gate, entered the main street, and headed out of the city. Just as they were about to leave Auckland, Lady Linda stopped the carriages and boarded another, more luxurious magical carriage. Although Lady Linda was still wearing a moon-white robe today, she had clearly been made up. A corset accentuated her perfect curves, and the sapphire necklace around her neck was even more dazzling. Sitting opposite her was a young second-tier mage. Young, because a second-tier spellcaster of 27 or 28 was definitely young enough. Moreover, on this second-tier mage's robe, there were 3 overlapping points within a dazzling pentagram. And at the center of the emblem, there was a gear and linkage shape. This one is the most famous mechanical mage in the Moonstone Mage Tower, and also the only second-tier spellcaster independently trained by the Philint Magic Academy. The reason the Caroline family was accepted by the elite circles of Auckland City was because they provided him with considerable financial support during his studies. This one is Douglas Hill, a second-tier LV8 mage specializing in magical mechanics. This one is also undoubtedly the most powerful person in the Moonstone Mage Tower. After the Tower Master, it was he who overruled objections and approved Lelia's research topic. However, Lady Linda's first words to him were, "Douglas, tonight's situation is special. You absolutely mustn't cause trouble. I was originally going to post this at midnight, but I'm a little late with the revisions. Please forgive me." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, The Dinner. The carriage from the Mage Tower naturally possessed its own unique characteristics. Especially when traveling on the main roads outside the city, despite the many potholes, a strange force appeared beneath the wheels, supporting the carriage so that it moved as if traversing flat ground, not only at high speed but also without the slightest bump. Naturally, this didn't interfere with the conversation inside the carriage. Faced with Lady Linda's warning, Douglas Hill paused only slightly before letting out an exaggerated laugh. "MRS. Linda, I'm just going to a banquet to meet this hot young man in Auckland." "Why be so wary?" Mrs. Linda laughed, but her smile was icy. "Douglas, there are no outsiders here, so stop with your ridiculous pretense. It's disgusting, you, with your opportunistic ways. I don't believe you just want to get to know him." Douglas's exaggerated smile froze, his eyes turning cold. "I didn't expect you to be so concerned for him. I'm curious, is this your personal action, or the stance of your ancient spirit Mage Tower?" Mrs. Linda asked. "Is there a difference?" "A huge difference. If it's your personal action, I can be rude to you. There are plenty of second-tier potion masters. But if it's the stance of your ancient spirit Mage Tower, then I'll give you a tiny bit of consideration, just a tiny bit." As he said this, Douglas laughed again, a malicious smile, like a mischievous little devil. But upon hearing his words, Mrs. Linda did not back down. Instead, her smile widened. She asked, "Is it really only that little bit?" Before Douglas could speak, she added, "I will tell the person above me about this conversation, so Douglas, you'd better be careful what you say." At this, Douglas's smile froze, and he gradually composed himself, his eyes becoming more serious. After a moment's thought, he said, "Are you really going to go this far for a bastard?" Lady Linda replied without hesitation, "This bastard you speak of has brought my ancient spirit Mage Tower a complete corpse of a fire demon, the remains of a Leviathan descendant basilisk, a favor from a 4th-tier powerhouse of the Church of the Sun God, and an income of several thousand gold tires, and this is just now. Our cooperation continues. It's hard to say what surprises await us in the future. Douglas, tell me, if you can achieve this, will your superior treat you like an honored guest?" Douglas finally fell silent, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Finally, he said somewhat exasperatedly, "But the kid you're protecting isn't fair. Lelia's project was clearly something I valued, I supported it despite opposition, and I provided so many conveniences. He actually stole my results? Isn't that going too far?" "Just as I thought. I knew you wouldn't do anything without a profit." Lady Linda, with an I knew it expression, relaxed and continued, "There's something I need to make clear to you. The idea for that project was provided by Loy, the preliminary design was also given by Loy, and the research funding was also provided by Loy. By the time Lelia submitted her paper, the finished product was already complete, so, some things, if they are not yours, they're not yours. Being too greedy isn't good." Seeing Douglas's exasperation, Lady Linda added, "However, From what I know of Loy, he's a willing sharer. Douglas, if I were you, I'd rather have a good talk with him. Douglas narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean? That's all I can say. The rest is up to you. At this point, Lady Linda had lost interest in continuing. She stopped the carriage, got off alone, and got back into her own carriage. Inside her carriage sat another person, tall and slender, with deep-set features and a sharp, capable air. His eyes grew fiercer, a faint killing intent emanating from him, making him intimidating even when seated. Only after Mrs. Linda boarded the carriage did he soften, his expression calming, and he even rose to help her to her seat. Seeing that Mrs. Linda seemed somewhat tired, he even rubbed her temples. Inside the carriage, their voices could be heard. Has the warning been given, more or less? Should I go and scare him? If I show up, he definitely won't dare utter a sound. That would be too much. The current situation is actually just right. Perfect, Linda said, raising her hand to grasp his calloused palm, sighing softly, and adding, the atmosphere in Auckland is off. The fight between those two is likely to escalate. We should keep a certain distance. Provence Manor. The manor had undergone a complete transformation. Bright magic lamps illuminated every corner, bathing the entire manor in light. It's important to know that Provence Manor doesn't have a magic pool, so these magical crystal lamps are powered by magic crystals, which consumes a considerable amount of energy. Furthermore, the red carpet extends directly to the main road, with lawns on both sides filled with wildflowers. In this early spring season, with its chilly weather, it creates a vibrant and colorful atmosphere. Needless to say, this can only be achieved through magic. Each carriage stops in front of the red carpet, and guests walk along it into the manor. A male servant leads the coachman to the parking area, where they are then led to the servants' dining area. Stingy nobles naturally wouldn't care whether the coachmen have dinner, but those with status will have even these arrangements made for them. They might even give a tip to appease any resentment from waiting. At the manor entrance, Butler Hoover and Maruna Marcus stand to greet the guests. In this world, there's no such thing as the host standing at the door to greet guests. They usually maintain their status and arrive last to announce the start of the banquet. Therefore, the task of greeting guests is mostly handled by the butler. Hoover behaved most impeccably here, every move displaying the demeanor of a butler from a 1,000-year-old earl's family. Maruna Marcus was a bit less adept. After all, he wasn't a professional, but he and Hoover had drafted the invitation list together, so he could fill in any gaps. Moreover, he also had to greet the factory owners who were to sign contracts and had his own other matters to attend to. The three members of the Greenman family arrived relatively early. They didn't have their own carriage, so they had to cobble together a rental. After stepping out of the carriage, they felt as if they had stepped into a fairy tale world, their eyes darting around. Their arrival had a specific purpose, and Maruna led them into the manor. Beyond the manor gate was a spacious lawn with a bonfire burning, on which sat skinned lambs. Chefs bustled about, grilling meat until golden brown and crispy, dripping with oil and emitting an irresistible aroma. Long tables were covered with gold-embroidered silk, and various silver platters held a variety of colorful and fragrant foods, fruits, and pastries. Clearly, this banquet was a buffet. One could help themselves to whatever they wanted. Well-trained maids carried trays, moving about, and various expensive drinks were readily available with a mere wave. Continuing forward, even before reaching the main entrance, melodious music drifted in. It wasn't from a magical phonograph, but from a specially hired band. The performance fees were considerable, representing a significant expense. However, before even stepping inside, the elegantly dressed Mara Greenman was drawn to the scene on her right. There, shrouded in black cloth, the details were obscured. Yet, even under the magical lights, the crimson flames were striking, radiating an intense, scorching heat. After a slight hesitation, she asked, "Mr. Maruna, what's going on over there?" Maruna turned his head, glanced at Mara Greenman, and without any airs, said, "Over there, it's a new type of magical machinery. Most of the people here this time are factory owners, so young Master Loy specially set up a display area. If you're interested, you can go and take a look." I see. In just a few words, they had already entered the manor's hall, a huge space that could easily accommodate 100 people. The marble was so shiny it reflected the light, the crystal chandeliers were magnificent, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, there were sofa areas for relaxation around, and men and women were singing and dancing on the dance floor. An atmosphere of extravagance and decadence filled the hall. It was still early, and there weren't many guests yet, but there were already some. Some were dancing gracefully on the dance floor, while others gathered in twos and threes, talking loudly, and laughter could be heard from time to time, attracting everyone's attention. In this situation, the three members of the Greenman family seemed somewhat at a loss. Maruna understood their predicament and led them to a secluded corner, where they were told to sit down. He told them to eat first, help themselves, and if they wanted to drink, they could call for a maid. They could also try to talk to others. However, it was uncertain how many people would actually pay them any attention in this setting. After giving these instructions, Maruna ignored them. He had done what he needed to do, and he had many other things to attend to. He didn't have time to entertain them further. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the manor, in the study, Lloyd was also busy. High-volume orders reached 460, average orders reached 430, almost exactly as the editor predicted. I'll keep working hard. Chapter 90, Signing the Contract. P.S. This is an extra chapter for the first reader to tip this book. Thank you for your support. Provence Manor, second floor, study. This is Earl Raymond's study, also the most luxuriously decorated room in the entire manor. Normally, it's not allowed to be opened, but today is a special occasion, so it's been requisitioned. The fireplace glows brightly, dispelling the evening chill, and Lloyd is entertaining important guests here. Near the window, beside the desk. Sir Carl Blatter, welcome, welcome, Roy Roy Fitz, you are even more promising than I imagined. If my little rascals had your abilities, I could die in peace, sir, you jest. Everyone knows your eldest grandson is studying at the Royal Academy, his future is truly limitless, haha, you flatter me. This must be Mr. Oliveira. Your name is renowned, truly a man of great stature. My teacher is rather quiet, please don't take offense, sir. Here, this is the contract, you may take a look, what's there to see? All the necessary terms have been agreed upon, looking at it again is a waste of time, sir, it's best to be cautious, contracts always require careful consideration, then I'll take a look closely, alright. A moment later, both parties finalized the agreement, and Roy's name was written on the last page with a quill pen. 2 copies were made, one for each party. After a notarization at the council hall tomorrow, Roy will be one of the shareholders of the Davies Magic Energy Factory. Although he was a minor shareholder, he couldn't be treated like a nobody. A minor shareholder was still a boss, their status and position were different, and they were now considered a community of shared interests. After the signing, Luoya took out his dimensional bag. Under Sir Carl Blatter's envious gaze, he produced a ruby ring and gold note from the Seven Gods Bank. He filled in the numbers, signed his name, and affixed his seal. A simple action, yet it attracted the attention of everyone present. When the gold note was handed to Carl Blatter, he solemnly accepted it and placed it in his jacket pocket. Even he couldn't ignore 1,000 gold tires, that was a considerable fortune. Thus, the signing was complete. Yes, the ball was held under the guise of a signing ceremony, but you can't actually bring a group of people of high social standing and status into the banquet hall to sign in front of everyone. In the aristocratic world, this is very impolite and inappropriate. Therefore, the banquet was held under this guise, but the signing took place on the second floor. After the business was concluded, Loy said, "Sir, would you please rest in the sofa area for a while? I'll finish up with the others first." Carl Blatter smiled and nodded, "I'm getting old. Attending parties, I can only chat with people, dancing is out of the question, haha, of course, your status means watching others dance. This way, please, alright." After getting up, Carl Blatter leaned on his cane. Just as he was taking a step, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, I heard there's a special program tonight. I wonder what kind of magical machinery you're so interested in." Lloyd gestured for him to proceed and said humbly, "It's just a small idea of mine, with the help of my academy teacher, Miss Lelia Lightninger. To be honest, it's a bit impolite to demonstrate it at a banquet. If you don't like it, sir, you can simply ignore it. No. Others may not understand magical machinery, but we certainly do. I just wonder if you accept investment here. Of course, if sir is interested, we can discuss further cooperation, shall we?" "Yes, yes, yes." Sir Carl Blatter happily went to the sofa area for tea, while Lloyd signed a contract with the next wealthy businessman, Matthew Heskett, and presented him with payment. Lloyd did the same thing 9 times, spending 9,000 gold tires in exchange for shares in 9 magic-powered factories. And all the factory owners who signed contracts with him did 2 things. First, they greeted Oliveira. Even though Oliveira maintained her usual aloofness, barely uttering a word, a slight nod was considered a courtesy. But none of them felt it was inappropriate. The value of a third-tier transcendent was no joke. Second, they showed curiosity about a magic-powered forging machine. Of course, some were genuinely curious, while others felt Lloyd was being somewhat impolite. In fact, there was no precedent for intruding into the demonstration of magic-powered machinery at a noble banquet. However, Lloyd didn't consider himself of any high status. He scoffed at the so-called etiquette of the nobility. In his view, achieving his goal was enough. Those invited were either factory owners of magical machinery or related professionals. He believed that once they saw a demonstration of the magical hammer forging machine, they would understand its value better than anyone else. After entertaining everyone and signing 9 contracts, half of the evening's banquet was complete. Luo Yi then chatted with them in the sofa area. It should be said that those who could rise to high positions and become wealthy in this era were all people with great vision. The 9 people in front of him came from different backgrounds and had different hobbies, but each possessed an imposing presence. As they sat there discussing and exchanging ideas, it felt like wild beasts in the mountains discussing the Dao. Their conversation mainly revolved around imperial affairs, various policies, and their resulting impacts. They even had a dispute over what mode of transportation to use. Currently, within the empire, the canal faction and the railway faction are arguing fiercely. Some believe that water transport is the future and suggest widening waterways between different rivers to build canals, connecting east and west to form a canal network. Some favored the magic train, believing that development could extend wherever the railroad tracks reached. Both sides held firm to their positions, arguing fiercely, each with its own advantages and disadvantages, and its own interests. Furthermore, perhaps out of consideration, they almost entirely avoided mentioning Auckland, seemingly ignoring it. In this situation, Roy remained remarkably silent, acting more as a listener. But some wouldn't let him off the hook. The wealthy businessman Matthew Huskett suddenly asked, "Mr. Roy, although you are young, your remarkable talent and insight have already earned our respect. But I wonder, do you favor the canal or the railway more?" Roy was taken aback, not expecting to draw the battle to him. However, seeing everyone's attention focused on him, he knew he couldn't remain silent. After a moment's thought, he said, "Actually, in my opinion, there's no difference between canals, railways, and land routes. I only agree with one saying, to get rich. Build roads first. Once roads are open, transportation is convenient, and all kinds of goods can be delivered. That will bring about great development. As for which one to choose, that's a matter for the imperial family and the cabinet ministers to consider. What we need to do is closely follow the imperial policy. Magic-powered machinery is being promoted by the empire. If we want to get rich, we just need to follow the empire's lead." His words, seemingly without substance, revealed a clear and interesting attitude upon closer examination. It was at this moment that textile magnate Jack Lisbon suddenly asked, "So, you're a loyal supporter of the royal family, a royalist?" This question was pointed, even a kind of explicit implication. Croy spoke without hesitation. "I closely follow in the footsteps of the Hohenzollern family of the Habsburg Empire, but not all royalists are loyal to His Majesty. As you all know, I've been attacked several times recently, and we don't even know who did it. People always have their own desires, who can say for sure, but my overall direction will never change. I'm studying at the Imperial Magic Academy, and my interest lies in magical engineering. In the future, I will continue to invest in this field, and you can all wait and see. Perhaps more magical machines will be born from my hands." His words were full of confidence. Just then, Lelia walked in, lifting her skirt. It was like a ray of moonlight shining into the room, illuminating the entire study. Several powerful figures stared wide-eyed. Men, they're still boys at heart. Facing the group of factory owners, Lelia remained calm, nodding slightly before saying to Luo Yi, "It's time. The party can begin." Luo Yi smiled and stood up. "Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure chatting with you all. However, it seems we'll have to pause for a moment now. The banquet must begin. Thank you to every reader." Chapter 91, Displaying Machinery. The manor hall was now filled with over 100 guests, including those invited by Loy and many young women from the dance troupe. Dressed in beautiful clothes, they flaunted their figures, dancing gracefully on the dance floor, attracting suitable partners. For wealthy merchants and nobles, keeping a mistress was a trivial matter. For these young women, simply securing a relationship with a wealthy merchant or noble was enough to change their own fate, and even the fate of their entire family. This was perfectly normal in the old world. One couldn't even judge them morally. The hall shone brightly under the magical crystal chandeliers, its golden splendor filled with melodious music, the passionate dancing of men and women, and their heavy breathing. Around round tables of varying sizes, groups of 3 or 5 gathered, some engaging in lively discussions, others in private conversations, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Then, Loy led Lilia to the second-floor stairwell, followed closely by a group of factory owners, and the music stopped. All eyes turned to them. With hundreds of eyes focused on her, Lilia felt a little nervous. Although she was a teacher, the people she was facing were vastly different from her students. Loy, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, patting her arm as a gesture of reassurance. Then, Butler Hoover arrived with a maid, bringing crystal-clear glasses and a glass of deep red wine. Loy took a glass, Lilia picked one up, and the other 9 factory owners each took one as well. At a banquet, the host always has to speak first, giving an opening speech, before the banquet truly begins. Loy raised his glass, and seeing all eyes turn to him and the hall fall silent, he spoke. Just now, I signed contracts with 9 gentlemen, investing in the magic energy factory. Though the shares are small, my optimism about the magic energy industry and my commitment to the empire are evident. I believe the magic energy industry will ultimately transform this era, and we, by standing at the forefront of this era, will also change our future. Everyone, drink to your heart's content, drink to your heart's content. Loy raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone else followed suit. This was a sign of respect for the host. Loy continued, the banquet is now open. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks. This marked the start of the banquet. However, just as Loy was about to put down his glass and go downstairs to dance his first dance with Lilia, a voice rang out, Mr. Loy, I heard you've prepared a magic energy machine. Aren't you going to take us to see it? Everyone immediately traced the source of the voice, and a group of people stepped aside, revealing Douglas's figure. The second-tier moon-white robes, with their 5-pointed star emblem on the chest, shimmering with 8 stars, were truly eye-catching. Loy glanced at it, narrowing her eyes slightly, pausing only briefly before asking, is this Lord Douglas Hill? The mage nodded, that's me. Such a little interlude at the banquet wasn't really appropriate, so the magic forging hammer was for those interested to see. I originally planned to invite only a few, however, since Mr. Douglas is interested, it's fine now. Gentlemen, if you're interested, please come with me to see it. If not, the banquet has already begun, so please feel free to do as you please. Saying this, Loy looked at the band and raised her hand. Play the music, everyone, keep playing and dancing. The band started moving again, filling the room with melodious and cheerful tunes. Loy then took Lilia's hand and went down the stairs, out of the hall, towards the location of the magic forging hammer. Lilia was still a little uneasy. She secretly glanced back and saw a dark mass of people following behind, which startled her, so she turned back again. Loy patted her hand and said softly, it's nothing, calm down. The use of the magic-powered forging hammer naturally required a blacksmith's furnace to work, so even under the glow of the magic-powered crystal lamps, it still illuminated a patch of sky, making it exceptionally conspicuous. Of course, to maintain secrecy, the surrounding area was enclosed by wooden fences and covered with black cloth, blocking the view of the crowd. When Loy led the group through the wooden door, everyone saw it. A machine with a large head and a small body was placed in the center of the 6-pointed star magic circle. The iron felt below and the hammer above emitted a metallic gleam, and the entire machine was covered in silver sheet metal, a far cry from the sloppy state it had displayed in the warehouse of the incense shop. Beside it, there was a blacksmith's furnace and bellows, where 2 blacksmiths were busy at work. One man pumped the bellows to provide heat, while another turned the red-hot iron ingots in the furnace. Lilia stepped forward, pressing a button on the magic-powered forging machine. Magic flowed in, and the magic circle on the ground emitted a faint glow. As the light climbed to various parts of the forging machine, a subtle humming sound came from the gears and linkages, causing the hammer to move up and down. As Lilia stepped back, the blacksmith quickly picked up a red-hot ingot with tongs and swiftly placed it on the felt under the hammer. Bang! A loud crash rang out, Sparks flew, and the ingot visibly deformed slightly. But that wasn't all. The sounds of bang 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 continued, the hammering relentless, and the ingot instantly changed shape, stretching into a long strip in a very short time. Wow! Exclamations of amazement rang out. Some, being laymen, were simply watching the spectacle and found the magic-powered machine amazing. But the knowledgeable factory owners, and even Douglas Hill, noticed a slight change in expression. In just a moment, the iron ingot had been stretched to a meter in length, and then the blacksmith had shaped it into a more elongated form. Clearly, a short sword was taking shape. This scene stunned countless onlookers, for the speed was simply incredible. Mr. Loy, a voice suddenly rang out, a high-pitched, slightly raspy tone, laced with anger and accusation. Even the roar of the magic-powered forging machine couldn't drown it out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a short, stocky, broad-shouldered man, about 40 years old, glaring angrily at the magic-powered forging hammer, then fiercely staring at Loy. Loy's gaze shifted slightly, and he recognized the man immediately. Damon Grayson, the president of the Auckland City Blacksmiths Guild and owner of the largest blacksmith shop in Auckland, practically monopolized the production of high-quality weapons and armor for the entire city. He stared intently at Loy and asked, "So, Mr. Loy, the magic-powered machine you created is meant to disrupt my blacksmiths guild's business? Aren't you afraid of the 1,000 members of my blacksmiths guild coming after you?" Upon hearing this, everyone present realized what was going on. That's right, the magic-powered forging machine did increase efficiency. But the problem was, with this magic-powered forging machine, how many blacksmiths would lose their jobs? Damon Grayson was speechless. He had only wanted to watch the show, but unexpectedly, the show had turned out to be happening to him. As he spoke, Loy became the center of attention again, but he remained calm and said, "Mr. Damon, you seem to have misunderstood. What do you mean?" "It's simple. I'm not planning to forge iron. I produce these magic-powered hammer forging machines. If Mr. Damon has a need, we can discuss a purchase agreement, and I will definitely give you a relatively favorable price." Damon Grayson's eyes darted around, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. You mean you're going to sell this machine to me?" "That's right, just what you think," Loy said, his tone becoming distant and seductive. "Just one small magic energy pool is enough to provide power, and one universal power machine can drive 6 of these magic-powered hammer forging machines. And the efficiency of this hammer forging machine is at least 10 times that of traditional blacksmithing, even for 100-fold steel. It's just a matter of operation." Mr. Damon, can you imagine if you owned such a factory, with dozens of magic-powered hammer forging machines lined up in a row, and hundreds of blacksmiths working simultaneously, every day? How many weapons, how much armor, how many high-quality steel products could you produce? At that time, you won't just be handling business in Auckland, but in dozens of cities across the entire north. Or, you could try contacting the Imperial military." After a slight pause, Roy continued, "I believe one of the biggest changes brought about by magical machinery is the dramatic increase in production efficiency, and what we're seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg." Roy's speech, let's just call it a speech for now, was full of inflammatory rhetoric. Even Damon Grayson, not to mention others, was already fantasizing about his status when the Imperial military was negotiating deals with him. Just then, another voice rang out, "The machinery is indeed excellent magical machinery. I'm very interested. I just wonder if Mr. Roy accepts investments from others." This voice echoed the sentiments of many factory owners, and everyone's attention turned to Douglas Hill again. This guy seemed determined to cause trouble tonight. Roy's answer surprised everyone. He smiled and said, "I do welcome your investment in my newly opened factory, however, I don't want money. As you all know, I'm not short of cash. The partners I need must have sufficient influence to help me promote the magic forging hammer to more places. That's how we can all get rich together." He then looked at the man and smiled. "Mr. Douglas Hill, if you're interested, we can discuss this further at the dinner party, shall we?" Douglas Hill's expression changed several times, but finally he smiled broadly and exclaimed, "I'd love to." At that moment, he couldn't help but recall Mrs. Linda's words. "Douglas, if I were you, I'd much rather have a good talk with him." Now it seems, we really do need to have a good talk. Please continue reading. Chapter 92, A Perfect Farewell. It was undoubtedly a highly successful product launch. Even after Loy and Lelia left with a group of people, a considerable number of people remained to watch. The most captivated was Damon Grayson, who, unconcerned about his image, squatted to the side, intently observing the blacksmith's work. The blacksmith, clearly showing off his skills, had even employed a unique folding forging technique. The red-hot iron ingot was repeatedly hammered, stretched, folded, then hammered, stretched, folded. This repeated process resulted in weapons with intersecting patterns resembling clouds. This wasn't just for show, it represented an astonishing rate of battle key circulation. These layered patterns could be seen as the blood vessels of a person. The denser the patterns, the more battle key it could store, the more uniform the patterns, the faster the battle key circulation. This technique itself wasn't unusual. Damon Grayson had crafted countless weapons made of 100-fold steel. The problem was, if one were to forge a 100-fold steel weapon by hand, the time and manpower required would be at least 100 times greater than it was now. Even so, only a true master blacksmith could grasp the intricacies. A single mistake could ruin everything. However, Damon Grayson saw limitless possibilities in a magical machine. He remembered Roy's words, who knows, when might the military need him to procure weapons? At that moment, he made his decision. If Roy opened a factory, he would be the first customer. He was determined to build this large-scale blacksmith factory. Meanwhile, Douglas Hill had also been observing for a long time. He felt there were many areas for improvement in the magical machine, but what was truly astonishing was the idea. The seemingly simple design concept, like a piece of paper, could only bring about amazing changes once it was broken through. He didn't stay long before returning to the banquet hall. This time, he truly calmed down and prepared to have a proper talk with Roy. Inside the banquet hall, Roy was dancing passionately with Lelia. Usually, at such banquets, the host would perform the first dance. Roy was quite skilled in this art. His upbringing, primarily taught by Old Barry, focused on aristocratic etiquette, with dancing being a crucial element. Coupled with his exceptional physique and superior muscle control, it was effortless for him. Lelia was also an expert, and their teamwork was impeccable, making them the brightest stars on the dance floor. After their dance, they left the dance floor, glasses in hand, socializing. As the center of the banquet, Roy was sought after by countless people, men seeking opportunities, self-assured beauties, cunning foxes, and those with ulterior motives. Roy was actually quite annoyed, but he handled it with relative ease, or rather, his memories from his past life were at play. Oliveira, meanwhile, stood beside a pillar on the second floor, his eyes slightly narrowed, surveying the entire banquet hall. He was in charge of security for the banquet. Anyone who dared to use force to cause trouble would be dealt with first. You know what? There were indeed some people with ill intentions. He clearly saw from the second floor that several people had shifty eyes and acted strangely. However, under Oliveira's watchful gaze, these people froze and ultimately dared not do anything. With him around, this banquet was truly safe. For Uloi, he met many people tonight. Some he forgot after hearing their names, but others were worthy of his close attention. For example, the sharp-looking warrior next to Mrs. Linda, a powerful extraordinary magic gunslinger named Gary Mills. Although Mrs. Linda was addressed as MRS, her husband had actually died long ago in a dangerous magical experiment. This was quite common for magicians. Some magical experiments were extremely dangerous, especially those involving hell, the abyss, or the astral plane. Later, Mrs. Linda never lacked suitors. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such a second-tier potion master who had inherited a large fortune? Rumors even circulated that the tower master of the Moonstone Mage Tower, a third-tier archmage skilled in magical machinery, was quite interested in her. However, Lady Linda rejected them all. Then, out of nowhere, a magic gunslinger appeared by her side. No one knew Gary Mills's origins, but his dual pistols were incredibly fast and unpredictable. Many who coveted Lady Linda were thwarted by him. He naturally encountered numerous assassination attempts, but none of those below the level of Transcendent were left alive. Several third-tier Transcendents were also wounded at his hands. From then on, Mr. Gary Mills became Lady Linda's protector. All those who wanted to harm her had to get past him first. Later, he became a teacher at the Philint Magic Academy. He didn't usually teach, but he was in charge of training magic gunslingers. Or rather, the entire training curriculum for magic gunners, the content, the methods to be learned, and the skills to be acquired, was all determined by him. To this day, The magic gunners graduating from the Philint Magic Academy are recognized as top experts by the military, government, and even major merchant caravans, all thanks to him. Loy wasn't interested in Madame Linda. Roses may be beautiful, but they have thorns, and he wasn't that indiscriminate. But he was very interested in Gary Mills. He couldn't help it, being a magic gunner was a profession, with many schools and unique skills. Having finally acquired magic power, he naturally cared about magic gunners, so finding a suitable person to teach him combat techniques was an urgent matter. He set his sights on Gary Mills. If he was going to find someone, he'd find the best. He wasn't short of money, and he could always find a way. However, this was a matter for later, and it wasn't appropriate to mention it at the banquet. Then there was Madame Linda, who told him some things about Douglas Hill. This Douglas Hill was actually a very shrewd man, second only to the Emperor in the Moonstone Mage Tower. Moreover, due to the Empire's emphasis on magical machinery, his status far surpassed that of Linda, a pharmacist of the same rank. However, this seemingly generous man was actually quite ruthless in his dealings and had a very disgraceful past. Of course, Lady Linda had mentioned it briefly, her warning to Douglas about the ancient spirit Mage Tower, though she had only touched on it lightly, but Luo Yi had heard it clearly. If it weren't for Lady Linda's intervention, perhaps Douglas wouldn't have been so agreeable tonight. This was also Luo Yi's first encounter with the power struggles within the Mage Tower. The technology and patents of an extremely practical magical machine could bring countless benefits. It wasn't just wealth, but also status, and even the Empire's attention. However, in her subsequent conversation with Douglas Hill, Luo Yi discovered that he was quite talkative. His expertise in magical machinery was also undeniable. At least, while Luo Yi couldn't understand some of his suggestions for improvement, Lilia seemed to grasp their meaning. Clearly, although his character wasn't great, he was quite capable. Moreover, perhaps it was Luo Yi's series of actions that finally made him abandon his go-it-alone mentality, and thus he became less overtly assertive. Halfway through the conversation, he finally got to the point. Loy, let's get straight to the point. If I want to invest, what conditions are required? Loy swirled the crimson wine in his glass, pondering for a moment before speaking. As I said, I don't lack money, so what I need is support in other areas. For example, enough magic-powered mechanics, even mage apprentices, to help debug the machines. Douglas smiled slightly. I can provide that. After all, I have quite a few mage apprentices who need to find jobs. Also, I need external channels, since Auckland City is such a small place and can't absorb too many magic-powered forging machines. I can provide that too. After all, I know quite a few magic-powered mechanics and wealthy businessmen outside. Then, would it be a pleasure to cooperate? A pleasure to cooperate. What about the specific shareholding? We'll discuss that later. After all, now is really not the time to discuss details. That's fine too. So, Loy and Douglas's glasses clinked in midair, a melodious clinking sound echoing through the air, leaving Lilia speechless. A deal was struck? In truth, a deal could be difficult, or it could be simple. Each getting what they needed, and by expanding the market, they would reap enormous rewards. The banquet lasted until late into the night before everyone departed, their carriages lined up and heading towards Auckland, marking the perfect end to the event. Don't think this was just a banquet, where many people simply ate and drank. In reality, it was proof that Loy had entered Auckland's upper echelons, even being accepted by factory owners, the wealthy, and the nobility, a demonstration of Loy's influence. After today, once the news spread, whether it was Baron Marcus or Lord Dorji Petrovich, if they wanted to harm Loy again, they would have to consider the consequences. If something were to happen to Luo Yi, countless people would be implicated, and everyone would have to be extremely careful. This illustrates the importance of power, like a spider web, intricate and daunting. Of course, Luo Yi also had things to do at the moment. 3 people were waiting for him upstairs. Please read on and vote. Chapter 93, The Choice of the Greenman Family. P.S. Thanks to Hypnosis 123 for the 1,500 reward, and to Huge Bookworm for the 100 reward. I'm a little short of 40 more monthly tickets, but I can add an extra chapter soon. Provence Manor, 2nd floor, luxurious study. The 3 members of the Greenman family sat on the sofa. Sam Greenman, with his shaved beard, looked much younger, but he was putting on a brave face. The young Evan Greenman was restless, looking anxious. Only the young woman, Mira Greenman, remained relatively calm. Red tea and pastries were served before them, but only Mrs. Mira drank the tea and ate the pastries. When Roy entered, the three immediately stood up. He didn't seem to care much, casually waving them to sit down. He sat opposite them, rubbing his temples to relieve his fatigue. Even for him, this banquet had left him exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. Communicating with these old foxes required careful consideration of every word and phrase. He actually disliked these kinds of occasions, at least not in his life. But some things just had to be done. A moment of silence fell until Luo Yi felt better, then he lowered his arm, looked up at the three of them, and said, "I'm sorry, as you can see, I've been very busy today. I apologize for the delay." The young man, Evan Greenman, quickly said, "It's alright, it's alright. We've never attended such a high-profile banquet before, so we should be thanking you for inviting us." Luo Yi nodded, then slowly shook his head. He said, "Banquets can let you meet many people, but making those people remember you is the real skill. Young people, it's better to attend fewer banquets." Mira Greenman suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Luo Yi, you seem even younger than Evan." Luo Yi looked up at the young woman and said matter-of-factly, "That's why I've almost never attended a banquet. This is the first one, and I'm the one who hosted it." One sentence left Mira speechless. She didn't suspect Luo Yi of deceiving her, there was no need to. However, Roy didn't have much energy for small talk and went straight to the point. "You can probably guess why I called you here today. I've got my eye on the Greenman factory and want to buy it." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and Maruna handed him a document. Roy took it and tossed it in front of them, saying, "This is our assessment of the Greenman factory. Its total value is a whopping 5,000 gold tires. Each of you will receive over 1,600 gold tires, a windfall for you." The oldest, Sam Greenman, picked up the document, opened it, and scanned it. His hand, gripping the document so tightly it sank into it, even deforming from the force. But human nature is always insatiable. He looked up and said, "Mr. Loy, I admit your price is very tempting, but according to our inquiries, just a small magic energy pool is worth 5,000 gold tires. Add to that 3 universal power machines, the factory, and various other machinery. Considering all that, isn't 5,000 a bit too cheap?" Loy chuckled and shook his head. "You're talking about the price of a brand new magic energy pool, the factory price, while this is second-hand. Magic energy pools also have a lifespan. The one at the Greenman factory has been used for a long time, so depreciation is inevitable. The universal power machines and the factory are the same. Perhaps the only thing that hasn't depreciated is the factory land." After a pause, Loy added, "Of course. You can go out and inquire if anyone else needs this factory. If you can negotiate a higher price than me, then pretend I didn't say anything. But what if we run it ourselves? After all, the factory was doing well before, and business was good." Sam persisted, almost making Roy burst out laughing. "How can you be so naive at your age? You think business is easy. You've come to my banquet today, met so many people. Haven't you noticed how much effort I've put in, and only now have I finally gotten the business going? If I remember correctly, the Greenman factory produces railway tracks, and there's more than one track manufacturer in Auckland. There's also the Caroline Magic Factory. Do you think their business won't be completely taken over after Nellie's death? You can try, but be prepared to lose all the wealth you inherited from Nellie Greenman. Then, perhaps my expenses will be even lower." At this point, Roy was reluctant to say more. He was too tired for the day and wanted to rest. But just as he was about to see them off, the young Evan Greenman suddenly spoke. "I agree." What? It was Maruna who spoke. He had been the first to communicate with the three and knew that the young man was the most timid. Surprisingly, he was the first to agree. Young Evan Greenman was the most decisive at this moment. He said firmly, "I agree to sell the Greenman factory at this price, of course, my share. However, I have an additional request." Roy became interested and asked, "What do you want?" "I need you to arrange for someone to take me back safely. I don't want to die on the way." Roy truly thought highly of the young man this time. He asked, "Is that all?" "That's all. I believe you won't embezzle." Roy smiled and said, "You're a smart man. I agree to your request. I will arrange a team to protect you and ensure your safe return to your hometown. At the same time, I will help you conceal the amount of wealth you possess. As for what happens after that, it's up to you." Thank you very much." Roy turned slightly to look at the young woman, Mira Greenman, and asked, "And you, What are your thoughts? Miro raised her head slightly, her demeanor showing a touch of elegance. I can accept just 1,000 gold tires, but what? I hope to receive your protection. Loy's smile faded. What trouble have you gotten yourself into? She asked. I have an unhappy family. My parents are dead, and my husband is an alcoholic, a handpicked husband. Luckily, we have no children. I'm about to inherit a large fortune, but my husband will definitely not let this go. He'll definitely come after me, but of course, I believe that's nothing to someone like you. Loy shook her head slightly. It's nothing to me, but it's nothing to you who's inherited the fortune. Just hire a mercenary, and he'll beat your husband senseless. That would solve the problem. It wouldn't cost more than a gold till, to be precise. 2 silver tills would be enough for someone to do that, but I need more. Miro raised her head slightly, her sapphire blue eyes meeting Loy's. Loy could almost see the boundless ambition burning within them. Mr. Roy, I'm not content with my ordinary life. I want to control my own destiny. I want to change my future. I want to climb higher and higher until everyone looks up to me. So, I hope you can give me a chance to rise above others, to change one's destiny. What a beautiful wish. 9.5 out of 10 people think that way. Mrs. Mira. You're even more greedy than I think. Roy's tone became serious, his narrowed eyes even carrying a chilling majesty. Evan and Sam felt that Roy was now so powerful they couldn't look him in the eye, and they couldn't help but lower their heads, trembling. Mira, though fearful, still managed to raise her head. She said, I am fluent in 3 languages, I've read hundreds of books, I can do accounting, and I understand the laws of the Habsburg Empire. I know the importance of meditation, so I had someone teach me for a month, then spent a year learning the basics, and another 2 years accumulating magic power. Even now, I don't know any magic, nor have I ever used a magic pistol. But I should consider myself a rather unqualified magic apprentice. What I need is an opportunity, a platform. I hope Mr. Loy can help me change my destiny and social class. Loy was momentarily stunned. He saw ambition and determination in Mira's eyes. Many say that having too much ambition is wrong, but in reality, ambition is the driving force for a person's progress. After a slight pause, he asked again, Are you telling the truth? Mira gasped for breath, her chest heaving. Although her clothes covered her completely, everyone suddenly realized that she was indeed quite well endowed. After a long pause, she finally asked, Which one are you referring to? Everything you mentioned above, including the fact that you are a magic apprentice. Mira didn't reply, but a ripple suddenly appeared around her, like an undulating ring, brushing across everyone's face. It was a crude release of magic, a very crude method, and without any destructive power. However, it demonstrated 2 things. First, Mira did indeed possess magic. Second, her magic was not weak. At that moment, Roy made the decision, from today onwards, you are my employee. Your current task is to follow Lelia Lightninger and handle all her trivial matters. Besides that, I will get you an auditing certificate at the Fillant Magic Academy, which you can use to study any courses that interest you. If one day you find your direction, tell me, and I will find you a dedicated teacher. At that moment, Mira stood up abruptly, her eyes reddening with excitement. She struggled for a long time before finally saying, Mr. Roy, please guide me in the future. I'm giving you a chance, but I need your loyalty. If you ever want to leave, you can tell me, and I will let you go. However, I don't want any unpleasant things to happen. Yes, at this point, 2 people had reached an agreement. Roy turned to Sam Greenman again, and everyone else looked at him as well. Now, tell me your choice. Sam wanted to argue further, but meeting everyone's gaze, all the courage he had mustered vanished. I'll sell it. Okay, you're finally being smart this time. I want to go home, but everyone has to give me a reason. Chapter 94, Lightninger Magic Machinery Factory. For Loy, Mira Greenman was an unexpected surprise. This 25-year-old woman was considered quite old by world standards. But in Loy's eyes, she was at the prime of her life. Fluent in 3 languages, self-taught in basic meditation, and even possessing abundant magic, she demonstrated exceptional willpower, perseverance, and intellect. Moreover, her willingness to forego a large sum of gentle for a single opportunity further illustrated her decisiveness and ambition. Loy was willing to give her a chance. He believed she would surprise him in return. In any case, the settlement of the Greenman family's affairs marked the perfect end to tonight's banquet. Loy was utterly exhausted that day. Dealing with these old foxes was even more tiring than venturing into Guano Island again. Lelia was the same, so they both opted to stay overnight at Provence Manor. They slept soundly that night, but Oliveira didn't. In one night, he captured 2 thieves and 3 assassins, but didn't interrogate them much, as he couldn't extract any useful information. In the end, all 5 were buried in the manor's flower beds. Clearly, next year's flowers would be even more vibrant. This was the unique style of this world. In the extraordinary world, there are always those audacious individuals who fail to see the difference in strength, believing they can obtain everything. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Lloyd returned to Auckland City early, not to the academy, but to the governing hall. Here, more than 10 contracts, including those of the Greenman family, needed to be notarized, along with a transfer of shares. But this was just the beginning. The subsequent matters were both complex and numerous. For example, although Lloyd wasn't involved in the production and sales of the 9 magic energy factories, at the very least, an accountant needed to be dispatched. These people were his eyes and ears, preventing anyone from embezzling. However, these accountants couldn't be drawn from the Raymond family. Because, in essence, these were Lloyd's private property, not the Raymond family's. Fortunately, Maruna Marcus had his own talent pool. Some staff could be drawn from the Chancellery Magic Textile Factory, and others could be recruited from the community. Then there was the takeover, restructuring, design, and renovation of the Greenman factory. This was a massive project, and most importantly, there were no precedents. Everything had to be learned step by step. From layout to decoration, from purchasing tools to procuring raw materials, everything had to be perfected through continuous experimentation. Lloyd had Deep Blue produce several classic design drawings, but those involving magic required Lelia's involvement in modifications. For this reason, she had to temporarily halt 2 projects. It proved that assigning her an assistant was absolutely necessary. Mere Greenman's presence at least solved her living problems. Of course, Lloyd didn't rest either. He first reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with Damon Grayson through repeated negotiations. This agreement included the purchase intention of at least 30 magic forging machines at a discounted price of 900 gold tires each. According to Lelia's calculations, the material cost of the magic hammer forging machine is around 200 gold tires. This is mainly due to the magical materials involved, such as lapis lazuli and magic rune inscriptions, all of which must be purchased from the Mage Tower at considerable prices. Labor costs are roughly 100 gold tires, primarily because some parts are painstakingly hammered out by blacksmiths and coppersmiths, requiring a significant amount of time and effort. In total, the cost is around 300 gold tires. However, goods always need to make a profit, so doubling the price to 600 gold tires isn't unreasonable. Furthermore, new machinery always incurs promotional costs, site fees, research and development expenses, and even subsequent transportation costs, so doubling that again makes 900 gold tires a very reasonable price. Finally, selling high-tech products requires a premium. Therefore, Lloyd priced it at 1,000 gold tires per unit, including a year's worth of after-sales maintenance. Upon hearing this price, Lelia looked at him as if he were a shrewd businessman, but Lloyd still felt the price was very fair. As for Damon, the guild master of the Blacksmiths Guild, being the first customer, the promised discount couldn't be reduced, resulting in 900 gold tires per machine. Of course, new magical machines are always unreliable, so the order agreement for these 30 units had several additional terms. For example, payment was made on a per-unit basis, with a final payment only made after each machine had been successfully tested and debugged. Also, Damon took the prototype and installed it in his factory, requiring him to train skilled operators during this time. During this period, Damon was also very active. He didn't choose to keep it all to himself, but instead selected a group within the Blacksmiths Guild to jointly build a new magical factory. This profit-sharing arrangement wasn't just known to Lloyd, they were also pushing forward with great enthusiasm, extremely busy. It was from Damon that Lloyd earned his first pot of gold besides the pirate treasure, finally achieving a balance of income and expenditure. Then there was Douglas Hill, who genuinely intended to invest. To this end, he even used various methods to dissuade Lord Karl Blatt and others from investing. As for Lloyd, he naturally welcomed his joining. However, the two sides disagreed on the specific equity distribution. Therefore, after the banquet, Lloyd sent Maruna, and Douglas also sent one of his business representatives, Jamie Caroline, the head of the Caroline family, to negotiate the details. Both sides had their demands, but neither side was willing to make too many concessions. So, they both chose to have their representatives test each other's bottom lines first. The representatives were just representatives, even if they argued fiercely, even if they went back and forth as if they wanted to kill each other, it wouldn't affect their relationship with the bosses above them. It must be said that Jamie and Maruna were indeed at odds. This can be traced back to the previous negotiations on the purchase of the Caroline Magic Energy Factory's equity, which were full of conflicts. This negotiation was truly a head-on clash, with all sorts of insults directed at each other's families coming out one after another. Of course, during the negotiation process, both sides constantly tested each other's bottom lines. Loy learned from Maruna that Douglas was actually very greedy. He even wanted to take control of the new magic energy factory. He was willing to pay a large sum of gold for this. But was Loy short of money? He certainly wasn't. And he would never relinquish control of the factory. He'd worked so hard, even sacrificing his looks, to win over Lilia. Even though it was his initiative, wasn't that a sacrifice? Asking him to hand it over to someone else was a joke. The negotiations reached a stalemate, but Loy wasn't worried at all. Even without Douglas's involvement, his factory, magic energy pool, and sales were all secured. At worst, things would be slower, he really didn't care. So, Loy calmly continued his cultivation, reading, meditation, and studies, methodically returning to normal. During this time, his magic power accumulation broke through the 100-point mark, officially making him a LV1 mage apprentice. However, with Douglas's matter unresolved, he resisted the urge to test a gun. During this time, he also deeply experienced the benefits of pure battle aura. The body refining effect was at least 3 times better than before, not to mention the improved physical recovery and physique enhancement. Even digesting various magical potions and monster meat had excellent effects. The strongest point was that Luo Yi had truly mastered the sky-piercing slash and wanted to find an equally matched enemy to properly test the power of this combat technique. The only drawback, yes, even the best things have drawbacks, was that the cultivation speed of pure battle aura was much slower because it was too pure, making accumulation incredibly slow. Of course, Luo Yi was still quite satisfied. You can't have everything, that would be excessive. It was also during this period that Luo Yi had Olivera consume the secret medicine Holy Lava Heart, creating a second combatant capable of cultivating divine psi. For Olivera, it was like opening up a new world. Her perspective was completely different. The result was obvious, Olivera dropped a level. Even after refining his powerful battle aura, it wasn't much stronger than Roy's, retaining less than 2/10 of its former strength, no longer possessing its previous domineering power. However, the same battle aura strike was more than twice as powerful. Even a casual strike could extend over 100 meters. This was the advantage of pure battle aura. With just this gain, Olivera felt his chances of breaking through to the 4th rank had increased several times over. As for the last bottle of sacred lava heart, Roy treasured it. Such a miraculous elixir was truly not to be shown to others easily. Finally, by early March, Maruna and Jamie's negotiations had reached a stalemate, and Douglas could no longer hold back. He found Roy and held an in-depth negotiation, ultimately making concessions. Thus, the shares of this magic energy machinery factory were settled, with Roy holding 51%, possessing absolute control. Lilia Lightninger contributed technology, holding 19%, while Douglas Hill contributed resources, holding 30%. To be honest, this was somewhat unreasonable for Lilia, considering she had invested the most time and energy. But that was the reality. She was the weakest link, and there was nothing she could do. However, she was quite content. To possess such a large shareholding and wealth at her age and professional level was enough to make countless people envious. And since neither Loy nor Douglas was suited to appear in public, the factory was named after Lilia. It was called the Lightning Magic Machinery Factory. Currently, the only product was a small personal magic hammer forging machine. Chapter 2 is still being revised. I'll finish it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group. With a contract signed, the ruling hall acting as judge, and the original shareholders in place, the Lightning Magic Machinery Factory was officially established. Douglas's role immediately became apparent. First, there was the shortage of talent. He directly transferred 10 mage apprentices skilled in magic machinery to the factory. Their presence greatly solved the manpower shortage problem. Given time to familiarize themselves with the design blueprints, production efficiency would increase dramatically. Of course, the magic machinery factory would cover the personnel's salaries, but Lloyd preferred to use money to attract workers. Perhaps these people initially joined because of Douglas's demands, but after joining, seeing their salaries far exceeding those of their peers, along with various benefits, they became reluctant to leave. Moreover, Lloyd implemented a piece rate policy, meaning that those who learned quickly, worked hard, and produced high-quality work could earn bonuses far exceeding their wages. The mage apprentices were energized, like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Secondly, Douglas Hill was no ordinary person. Although he had a terrible reputation and had a history of appropriating the research results of mage apprentices, his ability to rise from the bottom to become a pillar of the Moonstone Mage Tower besides the Tower Master was undeniable. After Lelia provided all the design blueprints, he immediately began optimizing and improving them. While Lloyd could offer some advice on mechanical design, magical inscription was Douglas's specialty. The second-generation magic forging hammer, optimized by Douglas, showed significant reductions in both stability and failure rate. Even the amount of magical materials consumed could be reduced by 30%, thus drastically lowering costs. Finally, and most importantly, through Douglas Hill's efforts, Lelia's paper on the magic forging hammer was published in the Northern Magical World's Journal of Magic Mechanics. While not an imperial-wide journal, it was authoritative in the field of magic mechanics. New inventions were often published there, explaining their principles and specific functions. Although most of these are still far from mass production, and many are merely concepts, as one of the most important publications in the northern magical world, they attract considerable attention. A paper on the magical forging machine, published in such an academic journal, would undoubtedly garner immense attention. Moreover, news travels much faster in the magical world than in the Muggle world. Even Lady Linda sought information through connections after the publication. This is exactly what Roy wanted, increased brand awareness. As for the benefits of increased brand awareness, Lelia Lightning's magical machinery factory has already secured 3 orders, yes, smaller orders in addition to Damon's large order. Although each order only requires 1 machine, the price is 1,000 gold tires, which counts as additional customers. From these 3 perspectives alone, Roy's decision to bring in Douglas as a shareholder was extremely correct. All of this sounds incredibly complicated, and implementing it is even more so. That's what starting a business is like. You never know what awaits you or what troubles you'll encounter. Even though Lloyd had delegated most of the tasks, Lelia handled the main design, Maruna helped with management and recruitment. Mira Greenman handled the paperwork, and Butler Hoover filled in any gaps. The crucial security issue was handled by Aang, who also arranged for a group of younger, less aggressive teenagers to work in the factory. Forget about using child labor, they were happy just to have enough to eat and a wage. It was this entrepreneurial team that managed to get things running smoothly for a month or so, handling various, trivial matters, until early April when things finally began to stabilize. It was at this time that Lloyd gathered everyone at his residence. April 4th, New Divine Calendar 311, 19 Lombard Street, 2nd floor, study. Maruna Marquez leaned closer to Butler Hoover and asked, "Mr. Hoover, what brings young Master Roy here?" Butler Hoover stood impeccably and asked in a low voice, "You don't know, I was busy over there, and they suddenly called me over." "How would I know? You were busy when you were called over, and so was I. You don't know, but I do, even you don't know." "I have a bad feeling about this." Butler Hoover couldn't help but roll his eyes, a very impolite gesture, contrary to the elegance of a butler, so he immediately regained his composure. But he still said, "If it's something really important, it'll be those 2 above handling it. You'll just run errands and get things done." What bad feeling could you possibly have? It was only because they had worked together for a long time and were familiar with each other that Hoover spoke so much, otherwise, he would have remained silent. Maruna paused for a moment, then, thinking it made sense, relaxed completely. There were actually 2 other pairs like this. Aang sidled up to Olivera, bombarding her with questions. Unfortunately, Olivera didn't know the specifics. Lelia and Mira, on the other hand, were whispering amongst themselves. Initially, Lelia was somewhat hostile towards Mira. Although Mira wasn't as pretty, as young, or as well-dressed as her, she possessed a mature, sophisticated charm that Lelia lacked. What if Lloyd really wanted a change of pace? This made Lelia feel insecure for a while, and she even tried all sorts of tricks and moves. Unfortunately, she was ultimately a spellcaster, and couldn't compare to a combatant like Loy. She often ended up being the one who was exhausted and unable to get out of bed. However, later, Lilia realized that Loy truly valued Mira's abilities, not just her. Moreover, with Mira around, she could focus on her research. Mira managed all the trivial matters perfectly, which made Lilia completely accept her. The 6 people split into 3 pairs, whispering amongst themselves as they awaited Luoyi's arrival. Luoyi didn't keep them waiting long. Pushing open the door, she entered carrying stacks of documents. In this era, folders didn't exist. All important documents were written on parchment, sometimes enchanted for anti-counterfeiting and insect protection. Luoyi was currently carrying a stack of magical parchment, rolled into cylinders, shimmering with magical light. Walking to her desk, tossing aside the documents in her hand, Luoyi looked at everyone and said, "I know you're all wondering why I called you here at this hour. I want to assure you, don't worry, everything today is good news. I promised before that if you all work diligently, I would give you a surprise. Here it comes." Before she finished speaking, Luoyi plopped down, relaxing completely, and continued. "The acquisition of the Xiangshili magic textile factory, although I was in charge, used the Raymond family's money. Whether it was profitable or not, the Raymond family bore the burden, so I remained quite calm, but this time, acquiring shares in 9 magic factories, and even founding the lightning magic machinery factory, used their own money. Therefore, this money needs a concrete explanation. In fact, all the things I've done recently, in essence, are for self-preservation. Such a large fortune cannot be protected by Professor Oliveira's extraordinary combat power alone, so I made myself one of the top businessmen in Auckland City, and also gained acceptance from others. The crisis is finally over. Even if some are still resentful, they won't dare to easily touch me, so, it's time to divide the spoils." At this point, Loy paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Some were indifferent, some were dazed, some were delighted, and some were incredulous. But Loy didn't stop. "Some time ago, I had Maruna help me apply for a company called the Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group, with a registered capital of 40,000 gold tires. Its business scope covers all aspects of magic energy machinery. From today onwards, the group is officially established, and you are all considered original shareholders of this company. From now on, all matters concerning magic energy machinery can be listed under this group as subsidiaries." Saying this, Loy took a parchment scroll, glanced at it, and handed it to Butler Hoover. Butler Hoover was taken aback, took it, opened it, and glanced at it. At a glance, even someone as composed as him widened his eyes. "Young Master Roy, this is for me. No, how could I take it? I am the Raymond family's butler. Everything I have belongs to the family." Roy waved his hand and said, all right, Mr. Hoover, I'll call you sir. Slavery has been abolished in the old world, though not completely. But your relationship with the Raymond family is still just an employer-employee relationship. This 5% share is rightfully yours, and the company's future development will also require your experience and hard work." Saying this, Roy handed another share to Maruna. "This is yours, also 5%. Aang, I'm giving you 5% as well. Lilia, your 19% in lightning doesn't count. Here's 5% too. Finally, it's Professor Oliveira's. You have 10% of the shares. I believe no one will object." After distributing them, Roy took the last share in his hand, looked at Mira Greenman, and said, "I've seen what you've done during this time, and I acknowledge your efforts and potential. However, you haven't been involved long enough, and your contributions are insufficient. Therefore, the 2% share I've prepared for you, I will give it to you when you are eligible to take it from me." He then looked at everyone. "These shares, as long as you remain within my circle, you can hold them. There will be an annual settlement, and a dividend distribution each time. In other words, the more you earn, the more dividend you will receive. Everyone, I hope to see you all every year, and receive dividends every year. I urge everyone to work hard with me." Thank you to 500 for the donation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, The Demon Gunner Teacher. Roy disliked empty talk and grand promises, so he offered tangible benefits. With a base of 40,000 gold tires, a promised annual dividend, and the impending Industrial Revolution, it was hard to imagine the immense wealth this would become in the future. Of course, the documents clearly stated that these shares were only for those within the team. If they chose to leave, Roy had the right of first refusal to buy them back. Even so, for the 6 people before them, it was an unparalleled temptation, like a windfall. In this era of conflict between the old system and new productive forces, Roy's methods were unprecedented. Take Hoover and Olivera, for example. No matter how glamorous and arrogant they appeared to the outside world, they couldn't escape their status as servants of the Raymond family. Everything they had came from the family. Their glory belonged to the family. Everything they gained had to be dedicated to the family. Therefore, after receiving such a large fortune from the Bloody Mary, Olivera even tacitly accepted it as Roy's, never mentioning asking for a share. But even if they didn't mention it, Lloyd couldn't pretend to ignore it. He was just an illegitimate child. The Raymond family's honor was actually irrelevant to him. Moreover, he didn't like to use morality or honor to blackmail others. He was most accustomed to using money, using sufficient wealth to move people's hearts. Therefore, he had said long ago that he would divide the spoils, and today, he had truly implemented the share distribution. And what he received wasn't just a piece of parchment, but a substantial amount of real wealth. Even Olivera, a third-tier transcendent being, couldn't ignore such a large sum of money. The result was obvious. Everyone's enthusiasm was completely mobilized. Even Butler Hoover gave off a different feeling. Hoover used to obey Lloyd's orders because of Earl Raymond's arrangements, and he did his work diligently without any compromise. But now, with a portion of that vast industry and wealth belonging to him, his work was no longer just about being dutiful and responsible, it was more about being driven by initiative. For example, regarding the procurement of raw materials for the lightning magic machinery factory, previously, the priority was simply ensuring quality, and price was acceptable. Now, the priority is to drive down prices as much as possible while maintaining quality. Take Aang, for instance. Before, he was under Roy's orders, and even if he was diligent, he would eventually become somewhat lax. Now, he doesn't care about the gang's affairs anymore. Gang warfare is too low level. His first priority is ensuring stable factory production, preventing anyone from disrupting it. Every magic hammer forging machine produced represents a portion of his wealth. Roy needs their initiative, their enthusiasm gives him free time. With a group of people helping him conquer territories, he can focus on his studies at the Magic Academy, ensuring he has ample cultivation resources. Roy has to admit, he wants to be a carefree boss who can see his business grow year after year. And so far, the results are quite good. Morning, Philint Magic Academy, shooting range. Lloyd gripped the gun in his right hand, his eyes slightly narrowed, aiming at the target 50 meters away with a 3-point alignment. Magic surged, flowing into the cold revolver in his hand. First, the magic runes on the handle lit up. Then quickly spread to the gun body, finally converging within the final magic crystal. Then, driven by magic energy, the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water became unbalanced within a very small area, exploding and expanding. In an instant, smoke rose, flashes of light appeared, and with a bang, the bullet shot out. What Lloyd found even more incredible was that this magic-powered firearm clearly didn't use gunpowder, yet the explosion caused by the elemental imbalance emitted the familiar smell of gunpowder. The bullet leaving the barrel was accompanied by a flash, just like the gunpowder weapons he knew. Lloyd possessed great strength, and his hand was naturally very steady. Even with a considerable recoil of the cold revolver, it remained completely still. Then, the bang 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 of gunfire continued incessantly, and Lloyd emptied the magazine in the shortest possible time. Everywhere he looked, the circular targets, ranging from 50 to 100 meters, were riddled with bullet holes. The accuracy was surprisingly good, mostly around 8 or 9 rings. After emptying the magazine, Luoyu quickly flicked it, ejecting the cylinder and scattering spent casings. He then loaded the remaining bullets one by one and switched to his left hand. Bang! 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 The same operation, the same emptying of the magazine. Luoyu's left hand remained steady, but the accuracy was significantly worse. He couldn't maintain the 8 or 9 rings anymore, but at least even the furthest target didn't miss. After doing all this, he brought the cold cylinder to his nose, inhaling the gunpowder smoke, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help it. Men, perhaps, have an innate fascination with firearms. Even though with these bullets and this accuracy, Luoyu could easily stop a direct hit from the front. He still felt an indescribable excitement. Since she was happy, she naturally wanted to share. So, Luoyu turned to Gary Mills, who had been standing quietly to the side for a long time, and asked, "Mr. Gary, how is my marksmanship today?" Gary Mills was wearing a black jacket, gray jeans, and a cowboy hat, looking tall and wiry. This attire was quite unique, at least in Auckland City. It was said that this style originated from the New World, where some people traveling in the desert preferred this kind of clothing. He had a revolver tucked into his waistband on both sides, each with its own characteristics. The one on the left was entirely gold, with a slender barrel covered in intricate black magic patterns. The one on the right was entirely silver-white, with a thick barrel and cyan magic patterns that seemed to depict a ferocious dragon head biting a huge magic crystal. Undoubtedly, these were specially made magic-powered firearms. It was said that Lady Linda had commissioned the Empire's most skilled gunsmith to create them custom-made over 2 months. With the addition of special bullets, Gary Mills possessed a combat power that even extraordinary professionals feared. Unlike Oliveira, whose reputation in Auckland City was not particularly prominent, this man genuinely had a record of injuring extraordinary individuals of the same level. Therefore, even among extraordinary individuals, not just anyone dared to provoke him. Yet, at this moment, facing Roy's question, his face contorted in a dilemma. After a long pause, he finally replied sullenly, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Luoyu became interested. "What about the truth, and what about the lie?" "The lie is, your marksmanship is alright, only slightly better than someone who can't do it at all. You still need to work harder." Luoyu's face fell, and she asked again, "And the truth?" Gary looked at Luoyu with a half-smile and asked, "You really want to hear it?" Luoyu immediately burst into laughter. "Never mind, Teacher Gary. Well, let's practice shooting instead. Where do you think we should start?" Gary didn't immediately begin teaching, but looked at Luoyu seriously and said, "I need to confirm with you again, are you really going to spend a full 1,000 gold tires to have me teach you the skills of a magic gunner?" Without another word, Luoyu reached out and took out her dimensional bag, pulling out the gold notes and the 7 gods ruby ring. "How about I pay you now?" Gary looked at Roy, somewhat helplessly. "That's 1,000 gold tires, no small sum." To be honest, when he first heard Mrs. Linda say that Roy wanted him to be her magic gunslinger tutor, he thought he'd misheard. Was he kidding? With his status, how could he possibly tutor a private individual? So, he refused without hesitation, cleanly and decisively. However, when the fee rose from 200 gold tires to 1,000, even he couldn't afford it. He didn't want to agree, but the offer was simply too much. So, he ended up here. Hearing Gary's question, Roy added, "You know I'm not short of money, and I think compared to my own growth, paying any amount of gold tires is worth it." As she spoke, a 1,000 gold note was handed to Gary Mills. Gary first looked at Roy, then at the note, finally gaining a new understanding of unbelievably extravagant. Then, he took the gold note, stuffed it into his pocket, and said, "Since you've put it that way, I have no reason to refuse. However, this 1,000 gold tires is just tuition. The magic gunner profession is quite expensive. You'll have to pay for the bullets, equipment, and weapons yourself." "I need to make this clear first," Laurie asked, "isn't that enough with my net worth?" Gary was speechless for a moment, then said, "Enough, definitely enough." "That's fine then," Laurie asked again, "Teacher Gary, you haven't told me what school of magic gunners we belong to yet. Also, where should I start learning?" Laurie asked these questions for a reason. The magic gunner school debate in the Habsburg Empire had lasted for decades, and different paths had been discovered. Nowadays, almost no self-taught magic gunners are truly skilled, most are from these schools. At this point, Gary Mills' eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment's pause, he said, "Our school of thought, you could call it the Eagle Eye Gun School." Update delivered. Chapter 97, The Hawkeye School. Having already agreed, Gary Mills had no reason to hide anything. That very morning, he gave Loy a detailed explanation of his Eagle Eye School of Martial Arts. If Hayes's gunsword technique emphasized a coordination of gun and sword, a perfect blend of suppressive fire and close-quarters combat, then the Eagle Eye School focused more on the extreme use of magical firearms. They prioritized speed in drawing their weapons, aiming to eliminate the enemy before they could fire. They prioritized accuracy, believing that bullets to the heart and head were far more lethal than those to the legs. They also prioritized destructive power, eliminating enemies with a single shot. To this end, they specialized in crafting various high-powered special bullets. For example, holy water bullets for demons and devils, silver water bullets for dark creatures, freezing bullets for fire-type magical beasts, and fire bullets for water-type magical beasts, etc. It's worth mentioning that this was Gary Mills's forte. The silver pistol and his golden and silver twin pistols was specially crafted for using these kinds of bullets. They also pursued using bullets to deal with various situations and solve various problems. This led to the development of some special types of ammunition, such as fire-extinguishing bullets, noise bullets, and signal flares. This is precisely Gary Mill's weakness. He had only heard of many of these bullets but had never seen them. Only a very small number of individuals within the Hawkeye School knew how to use a signal flare. When used, it explodes in mid-air, releasing a blinding light that lasts for a minute and can be seen from miles away. Of course, this bullet is quite special and requires specially made magical firearms to use. And that's not all. The Hawkeye School also emphasizes specialization in firearms. This specialization goes beyond just the maintenance and modification of firearms. It also includes the use of various weapons. For example, you must be proficient in magical pistols. You must also be able to handle magical rifles with longer ranges. You must be skilled with magical machine guns to effectively suppress enemy fire. For ultra-long-range sniping, you must be able to calculate wind and humidity to ensure the bullet's impact point, and you must also be familiar with various types of magical cannons. Not to mention perfect accuracy, you absolutely must know how to use it. This is why Gary Mills had Roy prepare money. To truly learn, you'd have to be fed bullets. Without hundreds or thousands of gold tires and tens of thousands of rounds, even getting started would be difficult. Gary Mills then took Roy to his residence. Entering the basement was like entering an armory. Aside from unmodified special firearms, almost every type of standard firearm was there, even first-generation magic-powered firearms. Of course, these firearms were just for show. What truly horrified Roy was the presence of a 12-pound, 57mm magic-powered cannon. Roy truly hadn't expected to find such a thing in a private armory, especially in the city. After looking around, he discovered it was brand new, clearly frequently handled, with 3 boxes containing a total of 30 rounds of ammunition next to it. He could even imagine that if someone ever displeased Gary Mills, and that guy went berserk and dragged that cannon out, even extraordinary combatants would be terrified. Besides that, what caught Roy's attention most was a weapon designed and manufactured by Gary Mills himself, featuring a super powerful barrel, a tripod, but no scope, similar to a rifle. Gary explained that this was his masterpiece, designed to cover the greatest distances and minimize the combatant's sense of danger. Roy knew perfectly well that this was the prototype of a sniper rifle. Strangely, such a powerful style should be quite famous in the Habsburg Empire. But in reality, Roy couldn't find it in his database. Undeterred, he even went to the second floor of the library and rummaged through many books before finding scattered records. However, according to the book, it was about a magic gunslinger who called himself the Eagle Eye Style, encountered by a traveler during his travels in the New World. But that was the New World, and this was the Old World, separated by an endless ocean. If Gary Mills really came from the New World, how did he cross the ocean, how did he get to this city of Auckland, and how did he become acquainted with Mrs. Linda? That must be a fascinating story. However, Gary Mills was very secretive about his past. Roy probed once and understood that the other party didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't delve deeper. Of course, since Gary Mills had accepted his money, he didn't hold back at all when it came to teaching him marksmanship. The Eagle Eye School is named Eagle Eye because its core skill is a strange pupil technique called Eagle Eye. This Eagle Eye technique was originally a specialty of some sharpshooters, who could use special elixirs and techniques to make their eyes as sharp as an eagle's. At its highest level, it grants the ability to autonomously control pupil dilation and contraction, lock onto the movement of ants on the ground within 10,000 meters, and also possesses formidable dynamic vision capture capabilities, static vision discrimination, and low-light vision, among other things. However, cultivating this exclusive skill requires daily purification of the eyes with a secret medicine for at least 100 days without interruption. What Luo Yi finds most unacceptable is that after purification, there is often a 1-hour period of blindness. Although this period of blindness will gradually shorten as purification progresses, Luo Yi has little confidence in the situation in Auckland. He has a feeling that there will be a major upheaval between the royalists and the old nobles. If this chaos coincides with his period of blindness, the trouble will be immense. However, Gary Mills has already given him the skill and the secret medicine. Luo Yi simply handed them over to Deep Blue to analyze. It is worth mentioning that eye purification is the first step. Subsequent cultivation actually requires battle key, not necessarily to the point of external release, but requiring extremely precise control. Only with sufficient control can one channel battle aura to the tiny blood vessels in the eyes, thus enhancing vision. Therefore, the Eagle Eye School of Magic gunners must be proficient in both magic and martial arts. Luo Yi certainly didn't intend to miss this skill. He first purchased medicinal herbs and prepared enough potions, but he hadn't yet determined when to begin. Besides this, there were 3 other skills: weapon maintenance, rapid fire, and hand-to-hand balance. Rapid fire, as the name suggests, emphasizes both speed and accuracy. The key is to unleash a torrent of bullets to the enemy's vital points in the shortest possible time. Therefore, this skill also includes rapid reloading, magic energy storage, and magic crystal replacement. Weapon maintenance goes without saying, encompassing the disassembly, assembly, maintenance, and even the production of ordinary bullets. This skill isn't inherently difficult, but its complexity lies in requiring knowledge of the structure of almost all firearms, even some magic-powered cannons. The final requirement, bilateral balance, demands balance between the left and right hands. That is, whatever the right hand can do, the left hand must also be able to perform, and they must work in tandem to achieve a result greater than the sum of their parts. This is a requirement for almost all gunslinger styles. For example, in Hayes's gun sword technique, whether using a sword in the left hand and a gun in the right, or vice versa, it's a fundamental skill. Gary Mills, in his dual-wielding burst fire, even has his left hand slightly stronger than his right. Roy is far inferior in this aspect. His right hand's accuracy far surpasses his left, as evidenced by his shooting accuracy. But changing this habit is incredibly difficult. It's a habit formed from childhood. The right hand has become the dominant hand, far surpassing the left in dexterity, strength, and even subconscious movements. Therefore, Roy must now learn to eat, write, practice swordsmanship, and even wipe his bottom with his left hand. The awkwardness is undeniable, but it's something he must overcome, and he can only change little by little. The last time he faced such difficulty was when learning the sky-piercing slash. Luo Yi truly hadn't expected to encounter such a major challenge so soon after starting the gunslinger class. Fortunately, his progress in rapid fire was extremely rapid. With a large supply of bullets, Luo Yi became increasingly familiar with the feel of firing, and his accuracy improved dramatically. With his Colt revolver, held in his right hand, he could now aim and hit exactly within 100 meters. Gary Mills was a very strict teacher and a true sharpshooter. Deep Blue used his movements and repeatedly corrected him with the auxiliary learning module, making Luo Yi's marksmanship increasingly accurate. Of course, he was still far from meeting Gary Mills' standards, but once he stepped outside, he was a qualified gunslinger. As for weapon maintenance, it was simply a matter of experience. With Deep Blue, Luo Yi wasn't afraid of complex structures. He could disassemble and reassemble any firearm once and memorize the information. This seemingly most tedious skill was actually the fastest to learn. In addition, Oliveira had also been following along, learning from him for a while. He could fire a gun, but that was all he knew. This time, however, he had a chance to learn properly. He also encountered the same problem as Roy, an imbalance between his left and right hands, and his problem was even more severe than Roy's. He tried changing his habits and strengthening his left hand, but after only a few days, he gave up. Instead, he chose to focus on practicing with his left hand, constantly refining his rapid-fire skills. Aang, on the other hand, was lucky. Oliveira had him practice left and right hand balance and even found a teacher from a magic academy to teach him basic meditation. It's not hard to see that although Roy was Oliveira's apprentice, this apprentice was too smart and learned too quickly, so he didn't feel much sense of accomplishment. Aang, on the other hand, was taught and nurtured by Oliveira step by step, so he was much more dedicated. Similarly, he was aware of his identity. He might be recalled by the Raymond family at any time. He was the captain of Earl Carl Raymond's guard, and that had never changed. Therefore, he needed to train a sufficiently strong protector for Roy before leaving. Aang was a perfect fit, not only because he was intelligent enough, but also because you possessed unwavering perseverance. While he couldn't compare to Loy, in Oliveira's view, Loy couldn't be used as a benchmark. Therefore, he put a lot of effort into Aang. This was his long-term plan. He hadn't discussed it with Loy, but simply acted on it silently. Just as Loy was immersed in the magic gunner training, the situation in Auckland City changed again. This time, it seemed as if all the conflicts had piled up to their limit, finally leading to a decisive battle, a life-or-death struggle. Update. Chapter 98, The Twilight Order. That night, in the study of Baron Marquis's castle, the current Baron Marquis was once again rambling on and on, muttering to himself. A distinguished guest of Mrs. Linda, a disciple of Gary Mills, a collaborator of Douglas, a guest of honor of Mark Williams, president of the Seven Gods Bank, a minor shareholder in 9 magic energy factories, and he even runs his own magic energy machinery factory. This bastard really knows how to cause trouble. You ask if we should send someone to kill him. Easy for you to say. How do you kill him? How many people would be appropriate? How many experts would it take to subdue him? Judging from his current performance, without 3 or 4 extraordinary combatants, he might escape. Then Dorj's troubles will come my way, and I'll be driven crazy. So, let's put him aside for now. We should let him go. He's done so much just to seek peace. Right now, neither I nor Dorj dare to easily touch him. What? You're asking what to do with such a large fortune? That's naturally not his. We're just keeping it with him for safekeeping. Let's wait and see. Once everything is settled, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. We need enough patience. We need to wait. Now, Dorj's reputation for incompetence has spread throughout the empire. It's only because Hohenzollern III hasn't given up on him that he's still in that position. What I need to do now is give the Elders Council a push and make this guy obediently get out of there. As long as he's not in the position, without that skin, I can make him suffer a terrible fate. Hell, go to the capital and give what I gave you to Councillor Lawrence. He knows what to do. Auckland City will only ever belong to the Marcus family. At this point, Marcus seemed to envision the magnificent scene after achieving his goal, so much so that he let out a series of laughs. At first, he suppressed them, but they grew louder and louder, even carrying outside the study, filled with smugness. Outside the study, servants who heard the laughter suddenly changed their expressions and hurriedly left, none daring to stop. Even the Marcus family's butler was filled with fear. Auckland City, the governor's hall. In the governor's office, Lord Dorji Petrovich was reviewing documents, his eyes slightly narrowed, a steaming cup of coffee beside him. Contrary to Baron Marquis's expectations, Dorji showed little panic, even appearing composed. At one point, he closed the documents, looked up, and smiled, saying, "Tell me, is Baron Marcus still gloating over his success, thinking he can beat me this time?" Opposite him stood a blond young man, elegant in demeanor and capable in bearing, but showing little joy at his words. After a slight hesitation, the blond youth spoke up, "Your Excellency, isn't this a bit too dangerous? I'm afraid that Baron Marcus might act desperately and cause even greater chaos. Then, things might get messy." "That's exactly what I want. Only when he's desperate, only when he's reckless, can I expose his true colors and eliminate him completely. Only when he's desperate will the Twilight Order behind him have a chance to step into the limelight, and only then can I wipe them all out." Dorji's words were filled with immense confidence, his demeanor one of absolute certainty. The blond youth's expression didn't relax, in fact, his muscles tensed. "Lord, you're right. But this also puts you in danger. I'm afraid the outcome won't be good, and even if you succeed in wiping out a Marx family and severely damaging the power behind them, you will inevitably be targeted. I'm afraid you'll be forced to step down." Dorji remained relaxed, saying, I know, but even if I step down, you're still here, aren't you? You'll accept this position, implement my policies, and put Auckland on the right path. Moreover, as long as His Majesty sees my loyalty and ability, the future will be bright. I've risked everything for this day." Saying this, he turned his head and looked out the window into the distance. It was a dark, silent night, devoid of light, the pervasive darkness enveloping the world. But Dorji seemed to see light, to see a brilliant future. At one point, he abruptly said, "Judging by the time, the Imperial ironclad warship Emden should have caught up with the mist pirates by now, right? Once they capture Jace, Marcus will be in a real panic. Prepare the channels. I want the news to reach Baron Marquis's ears as soon as possible." Hopefully, he'll still be in a good mood then. He paused, then seemed to remember something, turning slightly to look at the blonde youth, and said, "Oh, right, there's one more thing you need to do for me." "What?" "Go see that bastard and give him a message. Tell him to be careful not to die." The blonde youth was somewhat puzzled. Is it really necessary? Before, I wanted him dead, but now, I admire him a little. He's managed to create such a huge situation and even designed a magical machine. This is the kind of talent the Empire needs. Giving him a warning is justified. Deep in the Silver Sea, two warships were locked in battle, the roar of engines echoing, cannon fire filling the air, and every now and then, spray of water shooting into the sky. Wood chips flew everywhere, mist swirled, and screams of agony echoed far and wide. There were also angry roars, accompanied by the clanging of guns, and dazzling flashes of magic and battle aura. The two sides clashing were the Mist Pirates, one of the three great pirate groups of the Silver Sea. Their magical warships emitted thick white mist, spreading over a 10-mile radius, like moving clouds of fog, strangely shaped under the brilliant sunlight. However, no matter how magical the ship, its long-range attack method was still magic cannons. Each time it fired, the resulting flashes of fire revealed its position. The Mist Pirates' opponent was an ironclad warship. Painted entirely silver-white, with a streamlined hull, it had no sails, nor did it need them. Instead, three chimney-like structures billowed black smoke. The ship was over 200 meters long and 30 meters wide, its interior covered in magical runes, like tentacles, climbing every part of the hull. At this moment, a visible magical glow propelled the two underwater propellers, allowing the massive warship to travel at incredible speeds and maneuver with remarkable agility. This agility seemed disproportionate to its enormous size. This was the Ironclad, the Habsburg Empire's trump card of naval power, constructed entirely of steel, covered in magical runes, powered by a magical energy pool, and driven by propellers. Of course, the Ironclad's greatest advantage was its immense load-bearing capacity. Ordinary wooden sailing ships, if subjected to too many magical cannons, could capsize. Or, the recoil from a single salvo could cause the deck to crack, shatter, and disintegrate. But the Ironclad could accommodate far more cannons, even larger calibers, with far greater power. Just now, from a great distance, a single salvo from the Emden sent dozens of shells arcing gracefully into the mist. The deafening explosions created waves in a massive cloud of fog. The Mist Pirates' counterattack appeared scattered and ineffective. Their only option was to spread the fog, engulfing the ironclad ship and disorienting it. However, the Emden was no pushover, its powerful engine and high speed easily left the fog behind. Moreover, they were well prepared, with a skilled accompanying mage who, using the power of the magic pool, unleashed several powerful wind spells, clearing away most of the fog. Then, the ironclad ship unleashed a barrage of fire at the magic ship. Just a few shells hitting it were enough to overwhelm it. The Mist Pirates' magic ship, of course, had its own defenses. Mages erected protective spells. Unfortunately, while the shells were partially blocked, the massive shockwaves from the explosions were still considerable. This forced the Mist Pirates' experts to unleash a barrage of aura blades or use ranged magic to detonate the bombs. The shockwave at close range caused some pirates to be thrown off their feet, coughing up blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. At this moment, the ironclad warship's advantages were on full display, and the majesty of the Imperial Navy was revealed without reservation. On the ironclad warship, an elderly man in a crisp naval uniform slightly raised his head, his booming voice echoing across the sea. "Davis, I don't want to kill you, so hand over Jis, otherwise, after today, only two of the three great pirate kings of the Silver Sea will remain." From within the mist, a furious voice rang out, "I won't hand him over. What can you do about it?" "How?" The old man sneered, as if looking at a group of dead men. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, and right beside the ironclad warship, water exploded, and a gigantic crab-like sea beast burst forth. It opened its mouth and spat out jets of water that slammed into the hull, its massive body slamming forward, its razor-sharp tentacles plunging into the ship. This was its experience, a method that had never failed, and had dismantled countless ships. This time, however, it met its match. The water column crashed against the steel hull, barely causing it to sway. Its claws left only faint marks on the ironclad ship. Finally, having exhausted all its efforts, the giant crab-like sea monster had to stop. Jis, standing atop it, looked up. Then he saw an old man on the ship's edge, coldly staring at them, his expression unchanging, his wise eyes filled with sneer. Around him, battle aura spread out, like flames scorching the sky, soaring upwards, rolling heat waves spreading in all directions. A fourth-tier powerhouse. What have I done to deserve this? This was the thought that popped into Jiss's mind. The old man stared at him, grinning. Jiss, is it? Finally caught you. Second update. Chapter 99, A Cornered Dog Will Jump Over the Wall. April 10th, New Divine Calendar 311. As evening approached, Loy returned from the Fillet Magic Academy, exhausted despite having washed. He was currently juggling two professions. In the mornings, he had to complete the intensive training of a Gale swordsman, refine his breathing techniques, accumulate pure battle aura, and familiarize himself with combat skills. In the afternoons, he had to learn various aspects of the magic gunner's knowledge from Gary Mills, meditate, and try out different skills. He was incredibly busy. Even after returning home in the evening, he would still meet with Lilia, Hoover, Maruna, Mura, and Aang, among others, to report on the day's work. Some matters required his approval and direction. Every day was indeed busy, but also fulfilling. Everything was progressing according to his established goals, giving him a great sense of accomplishment. However, as soon as he stepped into his house today, a blonde young man came to visit. The two chatted in the study for only a few minutes before the blonde youth took his leave, and Luo Yi saw him to the door. He then immediately returned to the second floor, and from his bedroom, looked down out a window. He saw the blonde youth walk towards a carriage. Even from behind, his posture exuded aristocratic elegance and composure. The blonde youth seemed to sense Luo Yi's gaze, turned slightly, and looked up. Luo Yi didn't look away. Their eyes met in midair. They smiled, nodded, and then calmly boarded the carriage and drove away. Luo Yi didn't move until he saw the carriage disappear around the street corner, then withdrew his gaze, his expression a mixture of confusion and contemplation. Lilia, finally unable to hold back any longer, asked, "Who is this person?" Loy shook her head, then turned back and said, "He said his name is Miller Petrovich, from the regent's office." Lilia's previously nonchalant expression immediately turned serious. "He's from the Petrovich family, probably. Then what's he doing here?" "He's here to pass on a message to that lord, telling me to be careful and not die." Lilia tensed. "What does he mean? Does Lord Dorji intend to harm you? Have you ever seen someone who wants to kill someone and kindly warn you?" Loy narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "I don't think Lord Dorji would be that bored. Could it be that someone wants to kill you, and he received the message? But why would he warn you?" After a pause, Lilia asked, puzzled, "You've acquired so much pirate treasure, but haven't you dealt with everything that needed to be dealt with?" "So, I'm also confused. Besides, I think that since he's making such a big fuss about it, it can't be without reason." Luo Yi fell into deep thought, his brows furrowing deeper as he considered various possibilities, only to rule them out one by one. He believed he had done his job. No one should be causing him trouble because of that fortune. But if someone was, something must have gone wrong. Something he didn't know about had happened. Just then, footsteps approached, light but hurried. They pushed open the door without even knocking. "Young Master Luo Yi, young Master Luo Yi, there's news spreading like wildfire." It was Aang who burst in. Luo Yi turned sharply, asking, "What news?" "Jiss, the great pirate Jiss has been captured by the Imperial Navy and is being escorted to Auckland." "Jiss?" Luo Yi's eyes flickered, growing brighter with each passing moment. A series of flashes of inspiration crossing his mind. Jiss, the pirate crew, the Festival of Grace robbery, Baron Marquez, Lord Dorji, conflict, falling out, war, chaos. At this moment, even with Loy's composure, he couldn't help but curse out loud, "Damn it, it's only been a few days of peace, and it's going to be chaotic again." Lilia asked warily, "Loy, what do you mean? Why is it going to be chaotic again? Is it even more chaotic than the previous Festival of Grace?" Loy looked at him, paused for a moment, and then said, "If we really compare, the Festival of Grace is probably nothing." That night, everyone gathered again in the study. No one spoke, and they all waited silently. In April, the weather wasn't too cold, but the fireplace was still lit. Everyone held their teacups, sipping the hot tea, savoring its bitterness and sweetness, without saying a word. It wasn't until a knock sounded at the door, and Maruna and Butler Hoover entered one after the other, that everyone was finally gathered. They were a little late, not because they were slow, but because they had gone to gather more specific information. Hoover spoke first. It's confirmed, the news came from the naval port. It said that the defeat of the 3 naval warships caused the Imperial Navy to lose face, and with a commotion in Auckland, the royal family was furious and dispatched the ironclad warship Emden to the Silver Sea to intercept the Mist Pirates. After a fierce battle, the Mist Pirates fled in panic. It said their magic ship was badly damaged, and Nagus even tried to ambush the ironclad warship with a sea beast, but was captured on the spot by a 4th-tier expert. Even the giant crab sea beast was killed and became a trophy for the Imperial Navy. Maruna Marcus continued, my information is similar, the only more certain point being that the Emden is heading towards Auckland. The captain plans to execute Nagus in Auckland to deter pirates. Imperial territory is forever inviolable, the voice echoed in the study, everyone deep in thought, until a hand silently rose. Mira Greenman looked puzzled and wanted to remain silent, but considering Roy's usual style of doing things, she raised her hand anyway. All eyes turned to him, and Loy asked, what's wrong? Mira asked, somewhat puzzled, I think this should be a good thing. The great pirate Jis has been captured, shouldn't they be happy? Loy smiled, pointed around, and said, the people outside are all very happy, celebrating the capture of such a ruthless pirate. Those with grudges can seek revenge, and those without can enjoy the spectacle. Ordinary people can only see this much, but I believe that wealthy merchants and nobles can see the danger involved. Please enlighten us, young master. It's simple. The Festival of Grace robbery was clearly a coordinated attack from within and without. Some people in Auckland were involved. If Jis is dead, it's probably nothing, but if Jis is still alive and returns to Auckland, implicating others, do you think those people will act desperately? Will they cause a major incident before the ironclad warship Emden arrives? In my opinion, there are only 2 paths. One is to turn around and run away from here, but that person is probably reluctant to give it up. After all, their family has been rooted here for generations, and the sunk costs are too high. They simply can't abandon it. Then there's only the second path. Try to resolve everything before the Emden arrives. By then, with no one investigating, Jis's testimony won't matter. Everyone will just see him as a liar making baseless accusations. Lilia asked, do you think his chances of success are high? Loy slowly shook his head and said, I don't know either. The conflict between the old nobles and the royalists is almost out in the open. Generally speaking, the royalists have the advantage. It's simple, Hohenzollern is the legitimate ruler, and their magical weapons are powerful enough, and their new legions are strong enough, but you can't deny the strength of the old nobles. Who knows what kind of monsters are lurking beneath the surface? Moreover, the old nobles aren't just this barren, they're a huge alliance. He paused, then added, however, I think the royalists have a better chance of winning because the one in the ruling hall even sent someone to warn me. Clearly, they anticipated this. Maruna then spoke up, asking, young Master Loy, I still don't understand. Even if they turn against us, are we definitely in danger? As the saying goes, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Loy took a deep breath. Besides, we've acquired such a large fortune, it's far too conspicuous. Before, I used my intricate network of connections to suppress the greed of some. But this time, without order, who cares about connections anymore? Who knows how many people are coming for us? He looked around again before saying, I don't like Dorji's way of doing things. He may belong to the royalist faction, but he's too self-serving. He could have completely avoided this turmoil, but for greater gains, he watched the chaos unfold. He may have considered many things, but he didn't consider how many people would die this time. He truly doesn't care. Olivera finally asked, what are you going to do? Loy released all his pent-up frustration. What else can we do? We can only deal with whatever comes our way. Meanwhile, outside the city, in the study of the Marcus family castle, the previously smug Baron Marcus was now furious. He roared hoarsely, mobilize. Mobilize all the forces of the Hermitage in the north. Doljai is forcing me, so I'll give him a big one. You say this is a trap? Nonsense. Of course I know it's a trap, but if we're strong enough, we can flatten it. Dorji, you want to see me desperate? I'll show you what it means to fight to the death. P.S. Current attribute panel, in the author's opinion, is as shown, not worth mentioning. Name, Roy Roy Fitz. Race, human. Hero template, class, Windchaser Swordsman, Tier 2 LV10, Magic Gunner, Tier 1 LV2, Strength, 16, 18/100, Agility, 19, 25/100, Constitution. 18, 49/100, perception. 11, 10/100, intelligence. 11, 38/100, awakened talents, deadly threat, swift as the wind, divine sigh, behemoth's heartbeat combat skills, swift sword technique LV7, 69/100, cheetah breathing technique, accumulation LV4, 36 out of 100, cheetah breathing technique, refinement LV5, 25/100, wind chaser LV5, 50/100, swift thrust LV5, 50/100, V-shot LV4, 95 out of 100, sky piercing LV3, 4/100, gunner skills, basic meditation LV2, 80/100, dual balance LV1, 21/100, rapid fire LV2, 50/100, weapon maintenance LV3, 99/100, secret sacred technique, divine psi LV1, 20/100, other skills, old continent knowledge LV3, herbal identification LV4, 5/100, alchemy LV3, 15 out of 100, created secret potions, Roy Fitz warrior's elixir, meditation elixir. Chapter 100, pre-battle preparations. In the following days, the situation unfolded almost exactly as Roy had predicted. The common people, including free citizens, artisans, and wage earners, were all incredibly excited, practically spreading the news. The tragedy of the Feast of Grace had claimed so many lives, even those whose families hadn't perished had relatives or friends. Seeing the great pirate just killed naturally filled them with immense joy. But the wealthy merchants and nobles remained silent, like the calm before the storm, foreshadowing even more terrifying chaos. Then, in this silence, some nobles chose to leave, taking their families to other cities for temporary relocation, avoiding the unrest if possible. Undoubtedly, this was the wisest choice. Regardless of whether there was unrest, they should stay away first. But in reality, very few could make this choice. Even the wealthiest merchants had their money tied up in business, and they had production quotas to complete. They couldn't simply leave. Therefore, most opted to redeploy guards, strengthen security, or hire more skilled mercenaries or detectives. According to Ang's information, the hiring prices for mercenaries and detectives in Auckland City have at least tripled. Especially for well-known second-tier mercenaries, they've even been snatched up. Some wealthy merchants, unable to find mercenaries, have even turned to certain gangs, such as the Bloodhand Gang, who accepted the job. Hiring gang members to protect one's home is, frankly, something to be laughed at. But they've done it anyway, and once it started, it's happening more and more frequently. This situation has further exacerbated the tense atmosphere in the city. Luo Yi actually considered leading everyone away first. If he couldn't afford to offend them, he could at least avoid them. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. At least Auckland City has some order, which makes people wary. If he really went to the wilderness, he feared he would attract countless people beating him up. Once these people recognized him, they would keep an eye on his movements. He would be like meat on a chopping board, unable to escape. But since he couldn't escape, he would face them head-on. Loy was eager to know if his current combat strength was enough to fight against a transcendent being. He was even more curious about who dared to kill him. Once this thought surfaced, Loy could no longer suppress it. Of course, the preliminary preparations and arrangements still needed to continue. For example, he went to the ancient spirit mage tower and had an in-depth conversation with Lady Linda. If things got chaotic, there were still safe places in Auckland City. Loy thought the mage tower at Philip Magic Academy was one. Therefore, he wanted to entrust Lelia Lightninger and the two children from the Maruna family there. Without worries, they could act without restraint. Also, Loy had previously ordered 3 sets of double-layered snake-scale armor, but because they were made to order, he hadn't picked them up yet. Now, knowing the impending danger, Loy naturally planned to retrieve them. However, the efficiency of classical alchemy was always low. So far, only 2 sets of double-layered snake-scale armor had been completed. 2 sets it was. Loy wore one himself and gave one to Olivera. They were the main fighting force, so naturally their defense had to be maximized. In addition, Roy also purchased a magic-powered pistol with armor-piercing properties from Gary Mills. This pistol was also a revolver, but with an enlarged magazine holding 10 rounds, a longer barrel, and purple magic runes that made each shot resemble a dragon breathing fire. Therefore, This specially crafted magic-powered pistol was also known as Wrath. To be precise, it was actually a combination of magic-powered mechanics and classical alchemy, possessing the advantages of the magic-powered pistol while also having armor-piercing properties. Each activation of the weapon required 100 points of magic power, and the effect was to make the bullets more penetrating and extend their range. This was Gary Mills's former primary weapon. Before acquiring the gold and silver pistols, he relied on this magic-powered gun to conquer the world. Of course, the reason Roy spent so much money to buy it was mainly because this gun could use those special bullets. Holy water bombs, silver water bombs, fire bombs, freezing bombs, and so on. If used properly, these could be incredibly effective. Besides these, he also purchased a batch of potions, healing, antidote, and energy-restoring potions, you name it. Having finished his business, Loy and Oliveira walked out, exited the Mage Tower, boarded their carriage, and left without looking back. Mage Tower, 6th floor, by the window. Mrs. Linda and Gary Mills watched quietly. Just as the carriage was about to disappear from sight and be obscured by other buildings, Gary Mills finally spoke. "Can't we let them hide inside the Mage Tower for a while?" Lady Linda slowly shook her head. "No. We Mage Tower were warned long ago not to get involved in this chaos. Although I am a second-tier potion master, I am only a second-tier potion master. My word doesn't count inside this Mage Tower." She paused, then raised her head slightly, gesturing towards the distance, and said, "Besides, didn't you notice, Loy didn't actually mention it, which means they understand. This is a hurdle they must cross. Once they cross it, very few people in Auckland will dare to mess with him. Only then will he truly have a firm foothold." Gary Mills' eyes flickered, and he asked again, "If you can't get involved, what about me?" Lady Linda turned her head in surprise and asked, "Really? You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already willing to take action for him? I'm curious, you actually sold your rage to him. Didn't you say you wanted to keep it as a souvenir?" Gary Mills didn't turn around, seemingly afraid to meet Mrs. Linda's gaze. But he still answered, "A gunslinger apprentice who is rich and willing to spend money is hard to find. Moreover, his talent is extremely high. To be precise, I think he's much better than me. If the Hawkeye School can truly flourish, it will probably depend on him." Mrs. Linda couldn't help but cover her mouth. "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Gary Mills nodded, then shook his head, and asked, "Just tell me, is it okay?" Mrs. Linda hesitated slightly before saying, "It might be inappropriate to attack directly, but I remember you still have ranged attacks, right? If it's really necessary, you can use them. But you have to be careful not to overdo it, understood?" Number 19, Lombard Street, 1st floor, training ground. A life-sized mirror was placed against the wall, reflecting the layout of the entire training room. This was specially arranged by Luoyi so that he could see his movements most clearly during cultivation and then correct them. Of course, Luoyi wasn't cultivating at this moment, but standing in front of the mirror, adjusting his equipment. First, he took off his outer garment, leaving only his underpants, and then he put on the double-layered snake-scale armor. The cool snakeskin against his skin had a very special slippery feeling, and Luoyi couldn't help but twist his body, taking a long time to get used to it before calming down. The surface of the snake-scale armor was made of layers upon layers of snake scales, which, after being processed by a special method, had become the size of a baby's palm, shimmering with silver light and possessing extremely high flexibility. Between the snakeskin and the scales, there were dense, layered magical patterns, which ultimately formed a 6-layered magic array. With a thought, Luoyi infused magic power into the armor, and the layers of magical patterns lit up, causing beams of light to shine through the scales. Before Roy, a 6-fold deflection field magic completely enveloped him, following him wherever he turned. This 6-fold deflection field could even deflect bullets from long-range magic sniper rifles. Even close-range artillery shells could mitigate most of the impact, proving remarkably effective. Combined with the double snake scales, it offered excellent defense against stabbing attacks. The only drawback was the shockwave damage from heavy weapons. However, nothing is perfect. This was already a rare and exceptional piece of magical equipment. Next, Roy strapped a gun holster to his waist, a Colt revolver on his right and a magical revolver Fury on his left. The bullets were still in the special magazine, placed one by one into the holster. He wore magical deerskin boots, which provided agility. However, with all this gear on, Roy could no longer wear his fitted gentleman's clothes. Therefore, He simply chose a gray trench coat and wore it over his clothes. Wearing a top hat and with his coat collar turned up, obscuring most of his face, he exuded an air of mystery. As for his cane, he stopped using it after his strength improved and he gained confidence. What was the point of such a young man carrying a cane? Finally, he held the dawn rapier in his hand. The longsword was drawn, and with a slight tremor, mock rings appeared on the blade, spreading and expanding. At this moment, Luo Yi felt the immense power within him, his strong heartbeat, the pure yet tranquil flow of battle aura, and the overly active magic power. He felt terrifyingly strong. Turning his head slightly, he looked at Oliveira, who was dressed similarly, suppressed a grin, and said, "Teacher, when do you think the enemy will arrive?" "Right now, I'm quite eager to try." Oliveira tightened her belt, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said, "It should be soon, yes, very soon." And so, time flew by, and 3 days later, as evening fell, dark clouds gathered, obscuring the last rays of sunlight. Just as darkness was about to engulf everything, a beautiful song resounded through the heavens and earth. There were no lyrics, it was purely the captivating melody that moved hearts. Responding to her was divine power, a pair of wings, drooping low and blotting out the sky, slowly unfurled, seemingly capable of covering half a city. Within the dazzling divine light, a figure stood suspended in midair, wielding a thorny wooden staff. At this moment, even the well-prepared Luo Yi felt a tremor in her hand as she gripped her sword. No one told him that this chaos was actually initiated by a fourth-tier powerhouse. Monthly votes are just a little short of an extra chapter. Everyone's been too kind. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.